my left. And having done so, we'll go on to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Please be seated. I need a pen. Trouble. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular parts 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for purposes of a quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, that delegates should ensure that microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted, that all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system, that delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones, that all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active, that permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services, that permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadgets on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, in accordance with Council Rule 2291, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Before we proceed to questions, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome ministers from the economic cluster, specifically the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies. I'm sure she'll be able to join us later. Minister of Public Enterprises and Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as all the permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates to this sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Further, I would like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules, the time for reply by ministers to a question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. And honorable members, we will not have additional questions. I'm sure everyone appreciates that. Will not complicate the situation further than necessary. A member who has asked the initial question would be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. The time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. And the supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. People stray from time to time. Members do stray, and that creates some difficulties. Honorable members, we will have to start with public works. And therefore, the first question to be looked at will be question 48. Question 48 is the question on provision of reliable and or safe infrastructure. This question is being asked by Honorable Muimang. Honorable Muimang, and is directed to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. So I'll ask the Minister to come forward to the podium to respond to the question and take it from.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and the Deputy Chair, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, as well as Deputy Minister, and all members of the NCOP. Our reply to this question, we wish to confirm that yes, the Department of Public Works is currently collaborating with all departments, specifically the Department of Defense, the Department of Home Affairs, including the Border Management Authority, and the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development to finalize a multi-party memorandum of agreement that will support a synergized approach toward the integrated border management solution. This will be aligned to mandated roles and responsibilities in terms of the governing legislation, in particular, the Defense Act. The Department of Defense is the one that is responsible of securing and patrolling our borders. And therefore, we are, of course, aligning the work and the coordination in this regard. I must also hasten to report that during this financial year, we are going also to renovate and improve services in all points of entry in our country, especially the Bale Bridge, the one linking KwaZulu-Natal and Mozambique, the one linking South Africa and Lesotho. And therefore, the question of ensuring reliable and safe infrastructure on the South African borders is the work we are undertaking with speed, and we recognize the urgency of this task at hand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Muima.
Thank you, National Chair. And special word of thanks to the Minister for his maiden appearance in this section of Parliament in terms of question and answer session. Honorable Minister, Thank you also for responding well to the question posed. However, according to the media reports, a Bridge border post is one of the most critical entry points for illegal immigrants into South Africa. Against the backdrop of the failed border fence during the lockdown, what other measures or plans are in place for future strengthening of security infrastructure at that border to mitigate against the illegal crossing of goods and people? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, National Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Muima, Minister.
Thank you. Thanks, Honorable Moimang, for the follow-up question. The position and future plans on the development of sustainable and reliable security infrastructure on South African borders, as I've said, it's the work we are undertaking. Cognizant that the department is the responsible arm in the implementation of infrastructure development, there is an integrated plan by the government in terms of provision of reliable infrastructure and ensuring that we provide a quality infrastructure that is fit for purpose. It is for that reason that we have taken a view that the Department of Defense as a lead department should lead us in terms of identifying the kind of fence that is needed if they need fence. I must hasten to report that we cannot fence the whole of the borders, but we will fence those areas that the Department of Defense will identify that they cannot be patrolled. But in terms of border management, there is the Border Management Authority that was established by the Department of Home Affairs, and it is the one that is an integrated arm composed of SAPS, the Defense, SARS, Home Affairs, and all of them are working together with the Department of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development. So these came into being, the agency came into being on the 1st of April. And we have had an engagement with them, especially at the Bridge border post. The services that we are now providing, we want to ensure that we introduce what we call the total facility management, so that the standard in our border post will be efficient. The people must have all facilities, including offices where department works. They should be in proper conditions, but also people who are commuting, those who are traveling, must be assisted with speed. And therefore the service must be at a good level, like what you see when you go to airports. And that's what we will be moving toward achieving. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Protestant.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Minister, the Border Management Agency falls under the Department of Home Affairs. Given the woeful state of disrepair of most Home Affairs outlets in South Africa, how can South Africans have any faith in your department in implementing the infrastructure required to secure the borders of our sovereign republic, especially as the last effort by your predecessor resulted in the glorified washing line at a cost of 40 million rand? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first is the approach we are taking. We're taking an approach that once we are given a project, we assign one entity that will ensure the development of that. And what have been one of the weaknesses in the department, when we undertake your construction project, you will find that there will be separate entities doing different things. And that led to prolonged period and lack of proper services. What we're going to be doing now is to introduce some kind of a turnkey process where one operator comes in. That operator can bring other people to assist, but ensure that the work is finished on time, is quality, and within budget. We are serious on that, and we're going to prove. I must say that Home Affairs is one of our client departments, and we know that they've been complaining that not only on border post, but even in some offices, the infrastructure and services are not at a required level. We have not disputed that, and that's why we are engaging with them to get detailed specifications and deliver at a level that is expected.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Debate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Through you, Honorable Minister, it's really good news to hear that the infrastructure will be attended to, but what we want to know is what's the timelines that's attached to this? Obviously, it won't be done overnight, but what we've seen in the country is government has been starting to stop load shedding since 2008. We're in 2023 and it hasn't been addressed to its fullest capacity. And also, once the necessary repairs and upgrades has been done to this critical infrastructure, what timelines will be attached to ensuring that it's being upkept and maintained on a regular basis? Thank you, Minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The timelines will be dependent on each project. For instance, let's take the case of Bellbridge. Once the Department of Defense tells us that this is the scope, this is the kind of a fence we need, we will then be able to say, in terms of project management, we will implement this project within 6 months or a year. And we're going to ensure that speed on implementation is what we fast track. We've committed to ensure that we deliver on time, within budget, and quality. Should not be that we deliver things that are not reliable. You will also know, Honorable Member, that some of our entities deals with the compliance in terms of the standard of construction material that we use. So we would want to ensure that when there is a guarantee, that this infrastructure, whether it's an office or it's what, if it's guaranteed for 20 years, it must live for that 20 years, not less. So quality, timelines are gonna be the key determining effect on our processes.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll move on to Honorable Mkausi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, South African border posts are well known to be notorious for their slow processing times as a result of overburdened infrastructure, staff shortages, and inefficient technology. In which ways will the proposed infrastructure assist in managing our current borders more efficiently? And how are you going to make sure that a speedy staff component is allocated to all these border posts? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks. As I have indicated that in all projects, we are now assigning project managers who are going to ensure that they are handling the project from the start to the end without delay. We have already reviewed the way we have been working, and each project will have an overall person who will be in charge of that and intervening on time. But secondly, as I've indicated, in terms of the quality of equipment that should be used, it will be prescribed by the user department, because what we provide should be compliant to what the user department want. If they need a facility, that will, among others, accommodate software or any kind of equipment, we should prepare for such facility. And we are ready for doing that. While I want to agree with the question that in terms of the previous years, our border posts have not been on good standards. But I also want to assure this House that we are going to turn around that situation. And we're going to do it with speed, and we're going to do it for the South Africans to have access and speedy services in our border post.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will now proceed to question 59. This question is on functionality at police stations. Question is from G. Mikalakis and is directed to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The issue of facilities such as police stations are quite important to us. The first is that we should accept that all police stations should be at a high level or a good standard because they provide one support to the department, which is SAPS. But secondly, they should also be able to cater for services that our people need. We are working in ensuring that SAPS and including the Department of Justice who use magistrate get proper infrastructure. The property in question when it comes to a specific question about Amanzimtoti, we can say that the department is a custodian of the national development of the infrastructure holistically. The property was allocated to two user departments, which is SAPS and the Department of Justice, Correctional and Constitutional Development. The client department allocated to that have not formally returned to indicate that they have a problem with this police station in Amanzimtoti. As per allocation, the client department is responsible for safeguarding and protecting this infrastructure unless it is brought back to us. We will be engaging with the client department on the future of the property in question, and if it need be, as the department, we will take over the custodianship or the maintenance of this building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Minister, I visit quite a few police stations, and my experience is that half the generators at the police stations don't work and they don't get serviced by your department. This is a real problem. I think you're aware of it. But also the police spend hundreds of millions of rands of their own budget, which they should use to prevent crime, on actually buying diesel for these generators. This is a slippery slope. But also, like the rest of us, they are completely in the dark sometimes about what your department is doing, especially once load shedding kicks in. I have recently visited the police station in Pomolong in Henneman, in my constituency, where it's a satellite station. The nearest main police station is about 10 kilometers away. But with these satellite stations, the police aren't willing to sit one or two police officers at that satellite station in the evening in the dark on their own. So the consequence is that these satellite stations get closed and the community has to travel 10 kilometers away to the nearest police station. These are all things that fall within the control of your department. So I firstly want you to take note of the problem if you're not aware of it, but I think you are. But my question is, has any effort been made to get police stations off the grid, or at least partially, by installing some form of solar power or inverters? I know it's going to cost a lot, but it's going to cost a lot less than what you're currently paying for diesel and for generators. So if not, Why have you not done this yet? And if so, why is it such a slow process? Surely, with regards to police stations and hospitals and so forth, these should be priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Well, thanks. Indeed, the honorable member is correct that these facilities such as police stations, hospitals, and clinics should be the priority. You might have not noticed we have issued the request for expression of interest for those who can assist the government on providing alternative energy to our government buildings. This is going to take place shortly, and it will cover all buildings of government where we're going to install alternative forms, either in a form of solar or any other form. So what you are suggesting is what we are implementing, and we will be rolling it out this year so that it is fully implemented. But the second part is maintenance. You find that department, once they take over and work in the offices or building, they don't then maintain. And we are in engagement with the National Treasury to ensure that we set aside some allocation for maintenance so that we're able to maintain all facilities to ensure that they are at a good standard and they are always able to provide the necessary service that is expected for South Africans.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just
Chairperson? Chair.
Okay, I'm ready, Chair. Minister, the police stations that are not properly maintained have a direct impact on the safety and security of our people. Is the minister aware that there are police stations like in Polru, in the Free State province, which have to work in the dark during load shedding, as their generator has not been maintained and is currently not working? What have you done about it? If so, which timeframes have been put in place to repair all generators, and which maintenance management program have been initiated to manage maintenance? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. I think this question is already answered. However, I will repeat. Firstly, we are aware of the plight of the police, because firstly, we must appreciate that SAPS members deserve to work in proper conditions that enables them to do their work. Now, I have said that we are going to be installing forms of energy generation, either through solar or battery or whatever that is fit for the purpose of our police station. So that is the first, and the honorable member, I believe, would have heard if he was listening. But secondly, the issue of maintenance we are solving with the Treasury, so that we will have an allocation reserved for maintenance. We also call on communities that we protect all government buildings, because government facilities, once they are allocated to communities, they don't necessarily belong to government, but they belong to all of us as the people of South Africa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll move on to Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Minister, as the standard procedure, the Department of Public Works only acts on the basis of infrastructure needs, plans, and budget by client departments. What is the situation in this regard in terms of the allocation of the South African police and their infrastructure needs to address the general infrastructure backlogs in police stations across the country? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. This is a huge work, through you, Chair, that we must undertake. It is true that the GIAMA, which is the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, mandate the Department of Public Works to oversee the development of all government properties. That include ensuring that they are properly maintained. The budget is dependent because we cannot do work without the department, the client department, telling us that they want this service, they want this property built, and then this is the budget. So it depends on the project by project, but to be precise to the honorable member, about 122 police stations are at a procurement stage now for construction or for repair and renovation.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. I would like to know what impact does load shedding have on the functionality of police buildings, especially ones that are responsible for processing criminals' identity and biometrics? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks. In relation to identification of criminals, I think that is an aspect better place for SAPS. Safe to say, the impact of load shedding is across. Once there is a load shedding in a city, it affects all buildings and all services. And that's why we are ensuring that we attend to it with speed. I'm not taking an issue. In fact, I applaud the members of the House to pay much time and attention to the issue of load shedding. But I'm sure that all of you are aware that the government, through His Excellency President Ramaphosa, is making strides to address the issue of load shedding with various options, whether you talk of ensuring that we build the capacity of the current existing stations, with focus on renewables, we focus on alternative forms such as your solar and others. So that is the work. But as I have said, for government buildings, which we are responsible for, we are embarking on the program of installing facilities or the energy solutions. It's not just energy alone, it's energy and water, as well as recycling solutions, so that we provide a comprehensive services to the people.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question is question 49. This question is on progress on disciplinary inquiries and or measures. Question comes from Honorable M.L. Mamarekhane to the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Mamarekhane. The disciplinary hearings relating to the Minister's advisor and the then Director General were managed by the Presidency and the former Minister. With regard to the DG, he has since retired from the public service, and we are unable to follow him with disciplinary actions, but we believe that the state law enforcement will be able to follow on the case if there are criminal elements that pertain to his conduct and participation in this work. With regard to the former minister's advisor, the former advisor is no longer in the employ of the department. The hearings for 3 senior officials, it's ongoing, but this has been affected by prolonged postponement and legal challenges to the report and the proceedings. Nevertheless, we are committed to ensure that we deal with this matter. The disciplinary hearings against the National Bid Adjudication Committee officials was concluded. All the charge members were found guilty and sanctions of final warning, written warning, and suspension without pay have been imposed by the chair of the disciplinary process. Suspension without pay sanction were served during the period of November 2022 to January of this year. The hearing of the two other senior members were held on the 30th of March 2023 and are still ongoing. The delay are due to High Court application for the review of the report, which was extended by the two officials in this regard. I must say, the hearing of one executive manager was postponed until the hearing at the court is finalized. As the department, we have since filed an application for the review of the ruling on the issue of the postponement so that the case take place as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Khan.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Mangibonge, Honorable Minister, impendulo yakho. Honorable Minister, your effort in recovering the loss of public funds through these corrupt dealings is really appreciated. But what steps in the department is going to take to address potential gaps in the internal procurement processes to ensure that we don't have future recurrence of this?
No, thanks. I think the first part, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, is that with regard to this case of bail breach, we, through the SIU, the matter was taken to the tribunal court, and it was ruled that the companies involved should pay back the money, which is about 14 to 16 million. So we are in that process. The two companies involved are trying to appeal that ruling, but we are also opposing their appeal. We are doing so because we believe that that will set an example that people should not inflate prices and they should not act corruptly. But in terms of proactive measures as we go forward, one of the things that we would want to undertake is that there is an on-point auditing. So we build our internal audit capacity to ensure that when the procurement is taking place, the internal auditing unit is also following all steps and ensure that at the end, all risks are addressed. So that is the proactive measure that we are going to put in place. Continuous trainings for our officials will also be done, but also those projects that are of high level will have to be prioritized so that they are audited before even the commencement of construction without causing delay on projects.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, what steps have been taken by your department to ensure that the disciplinary process and the inquiries is not delayed any further that might result in illegal or unnecessary legal fees and delayed justice? If you can elaborate on that, please. Thank you.
No, thanks. Though I've answered that, the hearings get postponed and delayed by very same officials because they would want to defend themselves. In this case, one, they're trying to delay by challenging the report, which have been subjected to appeal, but also they would always put a number of reasons to delay disciplinary processes. And in this case, we are trying to ensure that the disciplinary process is expedited by ensuring that the chairperson and the prosecutors are hands-on and are giving tight control of cases. So we are going to ensure that all disciplinary cases are expedited and handled with absolute resolute, so that they are also finalized within the short space of time. We must agree this affect, it causes instability in the department to have people who are either suspended for a longer time or who are facing disciplinary actions. That's why disciplinary actions must be quick and finalized within a reasonable period.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Lund.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, you started off with your response, and the first few examples that you listed, the person retired, they're no longer in the department, and then delayed. All too often, officials who involve themselves in nefarious activities, they then jump ship when they are found out. And in this case, the primary person involved in the Beitbridge washing line farce was Minister de Lille's protege, Melissa Whitehead. Now, the Auditor General has reported that there is no evidence that any disciplinary action has been taken against her. Whitehead has since left the public service, same as you said at the beginning. People either retire, they're no longer in the top department, or they delay. So what efforts is this department doing, and what are you involved with to pursue these ex-employees on a civil basis to recover the lost funds, but also make sure that we get to a situation where these individuals are red flagged and not cropping up in other departments and continue with these type of activities that is wasting millions of taxpayers' funds and it's going to line their own pockets or advantage friends and families and not to the advantage of the people that should get it, the voters. Thank you, Minister.
Minister.
Thanks. I think the first point is to agree that it has been a habit for a number of officials that if they are found wanting in one department, they will then jump the ship and go to other departments. Unlike in local government, because in local government, it's easy to report that this official was found doing wrong in that municipality. I think that's what at a national and provincial level, we must be able to correct and improve. If someone committed crime or corruption in one department, that person must not be allowed to get employment in another department without finalizing the disciplinary process. But I think that is the issue we must take up with the Department of Public Service and Administration. That is the first. The second, and the specific issue to the former advisor, I don't remember in the report saying that the former advisor should be charged personally, not on disciplinary cases, but in terms of paying back the money. And if it is so, we will be prepared to launch the civil claim and try to recoup the money. But I think it were the two companies that were said that they should pay back what they accrued from that project.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mukause.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the session. You will agree with me that the tender process is wasteful. It actually encourages corruptions within the public sector and all the government departments and entities. In your responses, you have mentioned all the steps taken regarding the Beitbridge matter. What are the measures that your department are willing to put forward in making sure that you do away with this extravagant tender processes within the Department of Public Works, and making sure that everybody who has been involved in this saga is brought to book, even if it means they need to be struck off the roll of all those who are going to be bidding moving forward. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you. I'm not sure whether we can say we will do away with the tender process completely. But I think what we can, which we are doing, is to build the capacity of the state to implement and ensure that the state implement on its own where it can. Now, you will find that there are a number of projects. And as government, as the department, we use our implementing agents, which is the IDT, as well as KUHA and the Development Bank of South Africa. So as long as those entities also depend on tendering, we will always have these gaps. As we go forward, we need to consolidate the capacity of the state to implement in some cases. As I have said, for instance, in 2 areas, we are implementing changes. Let me deal with one just as an example. When it comes to leasing government buildings for offices, we're taking a view that we should not longer go out for tender. Instead, we must ask those who want to invest in renovating our own buildings, repurpose those buildings, and then hand over, maintain and operate for a particular time, and then hand over those buildings to government. Because these are our properties, rather than renting from the private sector. That is the approach we are using. When it comes to maintenance, we are introducing a concept of the total facility management, where one contractor will be able to oversee the whole maintenance of a facility, instead of having one doing one thing and the other doing one thing. We believe that will save resources, but it will also cut a lot of tenders that are done at a level of government. It is better if that is between the private sector and not government, because people have tendency of inflating prices if services are given to government. So what I can promise is building the capacity of the state to implement, as well as to monitor, but also ensure that there is value for money in whatever project that is undertaken.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we'll now move on to question number 40. The question is on development of rural areas. This question is from NM Hadebe and it's directed to the minister. Minister.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. On this question, we can indicate that our infrastructure project take place in communities and address various social and economic conditions that prevail in various communities. Central to the work of the department is the urgent need to speed up the implementation of infrastructure projects to achieve economic and social transformation. Our programs contribute in reversing spatial exclusion, lead to the empowerment of women, youth, and other vulnerable groups, especially disabled people. There are over 60 strategic infrastructure projects that are gazetted, and they are spread across the length and breadth of our country. Among these is the development of the mixed-use development for housing, the development of our national roads, the development of small harbors, which most of them are in rural areas. But the construction of roads such as N2 from KwaZulu-Natal going to Eastern Cape, and that address the plight of the people in rural areas. As the department, we are also forging ahead with the implementation of the Wellisizwe bridges, which are dedicated to cover rural areas. We're building 4 per province per quarter to ensure that people in rural areas are not suffering when rivers are full. So we do have a plan and it is in place. It is being implemented to ensure that also rural areas benefit from the infrastructure development programs. The Department of Water and Sanitation is working on ensuring that the water infrastructure is provided in rural areas as well. Whether you will talk of the Umzimvubu Dam, and the best example is the Umshwati Dam that has been completed and is providing water to rural communities. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Recently, the 5th iteration of the annual South African Investment Conference was held and investment pledges were made. Are there plans or mechanisms in place to ensure that the investments will lead to tangible improvement in infrastructure specifically? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Hadebe, once the investment conference is concluded, each department examine the list of the pledges made and then coordinate those that belongs to each sector. The Department of Economic Development will coordinate investment that relate to economic development. Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will look on ensuring that all pledges in as far as infrastructure development that would have been made are implemented. So that is the mechanism to push, whether it is a private sector or public sector, to ensure that there is collaboration and implementation of all projects, be it in rural areas or urban areas. The speed and the focus is the same. I must say, some of the projects might look like they are in urban areas, but at the end, they impact on rural areas as well. We've done a lot to ensure that we cater for rural communities. In terms of water infrastructure, I think the minister has been in a number of provinces, such as Northwest in particular, to ensure that the issue of water is addressed. Eastern Cape, and ensure that the issue of water challenges is addressed. So we are working throughout the country to ensure that key infrastructure is delivered. We do so knowing that the infrastructure development has a multiple effect. Once you build a road or you bring water, that will improve services or social conditions of the people, but it also attracts even others to invest. So we take value in ensuring that infrastructure is taken to all areas, including rural areas. And I'm sure that the minister, the Deputy Minister of Communication is here. He may also allude to the work that the government is doing on the soft infrastructure connectivity, even in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, Whenever communities come to government with requests, they are often met with the same reply, and that reply is there is no budget. It is a poor reflection, therefore, that your department gets given budget, but doesn't use it effectively and regularly does not spend what they receive. Can you shed some light on the reasons that your predecessor underspent her budget, and tell us what you, as the new minister, will do to make sure that DPWI budget is fully utilized and effectively spent in the next budget cycle? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks. Maybe it's better to answer from now going forward. I always approach history as a source of lesson. You learn from history to inform what you must develop, you improve and go forward. So I would not want to compete with history, but I will draw lessons from history. What we're going to do going forward, firstly, is to ensure that we have business plans and proper preparations for projects in advance. If you will see, most of the departments, what affect the spending is that they start the financial year without the business plan and everything being done. Then they will start planning, procuring during the second and the third quarter of the year. Comes the last quarter of the year, they would still be implementing, and without, maybe at some point, without even finalizing the procurement stages. So it is important that as we have the pipeline in terms of infrastructure, I have said that we've got 122 police stations that are in a procurement stage. We must then be proactive and say by this time, procurement stage must be done to the implementation kicks off. I have also alluded to the point that we have reviewed the project management approach, which have been used by the department. Instead of having a single contractor designing and another one doing quantity or surveying and all of that, have some form of a turnkey approach and have one single contractor who will bring all of these specialties that are required, bring them together and implement. I must also say that does not mean they should not subcontract, but subcontracting should not be on specialized skills. And that's why we say then this approach of the turnkey implementation framework is the useful one. And I'm sure all of you who have studied the construction or the property development will agree with me that if you sit the whole project and say implement to one contractor, it is better than managing different contractors. And that is what will expedite the implementation. We have identified what caused the problem. The problem was caused by a disjointed approach within the department. Those who are planning on their own planning and design. And then they also have their own procurement system. They procure for one little thing. And we're saying now, if you are constructing, whether it's a hospital, you must just procure once and have one service provider who will oversee the whole project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Luthuli.
Ngibonge Sihlalo. Ethi samnyango mina nawe sizovumelana ukuthi ukuze sibone lelizwe ikhula kuzomela ukuthi kube khona amaplan azobekwa indawo zasemakhaya nendawo zasemadolobheni zibonakala zithola ama-opportunities afanayo. Uzovumelana nami ngoba nawe uqhamuka endaweni zasemakhaya ukuthi kune-gap between indawo zasemakhaya nezasemadolobheni esibonayo kakhulu. Ngikuzwile futhi ukuthi uthi njoba nje ungena kule department uzofunda emaphutheni adlule nasendlini ade benza ngayo edlule ukuze uqhubekele phambili. But umbuzo wami ubuza ukuthi uyakubona yini ukuthi lesikhathi edlule lo mnyango ubonakala sengathi uhamba kancane ekwenzeni sure ukuthi ayikho le gap le ngikhuluma ngayo phakathi kweindawo zasemakhaya neindawo zasemadolobheni. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Minister.
No, I think firstly, i-department yona yiyo angaze hesitate ukuvuma ukuthi kube khona ukusilela emsebenzini obuwenziwa. And I identified ukuthi yini ebikhanda inkinga, Honorable Luthuli. I then also presented what will be a solution going forward. And that solution is to ensure that we build a capacity to project manage all projects, the infrastructure, and ensure that once we plan in advance and then undertake the implementation guided by the scope of work, the effective planning and effective execution, and then monitor the implementation, but also ensure that there are consequence management. Where people are not working, there should be decisive actions that are taken. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, you referred to history, and history is important. The history of the spatial development of the apartheid system still exists and informs what we have today. Having said that, Minister, part of that history is the spatial separation. And I now speak to the question of railways, in particular railways. When are we going to actually look at repairing some of the railways that have been damaged and vandalized? And have we got a process and a plan to take it forward? I understand the Honorable Nana is upset because it comes from apartheid. Thank you.
Thanks.
Minister, yes.
It's a fact that the spatial planning that is in place still resembles that of the apartheid system, but a big work has been done. Firstly, to ensure that people reside nearby workplaces. And the plans are continuing to ensure that we meet that. But two, there is no place now that is secluded for a particular race. And that's why as the department, we have said we're going to release land, including land that is in cities or including buildings within cities, so that people will be able to stay in those areas. So if I may say, we have started in Umsunduze, releasing some land. We have done so in Mpumalanga and in Northwest. The actual hectareage or the hectares that have been released can be given to the honorable members. So it is the work that we are implementing. I'm happy to hear that there are those who are asking, when are we going to do this? We're doing it now. It's just that some of them are not exposed because they are still, they still stay on their own. They believe that they must protect their own suburbs for themselves. They don't travel across. And that's why they will not want to appreciate the development that is starting. In some areas, you now have houses, including low-cost houses within 20 kilometers from towns. And that was not happening during the apartheid era. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Brother.
Chairperson, the next question, as far as I have it, is question 61, and the minister must first answer.
No,
And
sorry.
then I come in.
Sorry. No, thank you very much. The next question is, honorable members, is question 61. This question is on government employees leasing from department. From Honorable T.J. Producer to Minister of Public Works.
Thanks. I think the question is whether, in the light of the recent hit office, the buildings that the department leases, I'm not sure whether that is question 60 or 61. So that
61.
Okay, Honorable Chair, just a minute so that I answer a relevant question. Oh, yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. With regard to government employees leasing from department, the department has an existing registry which detail that there are also 43 debtors, which is government employee leases, with a total amount owing of just above 3 million. We are working to ensure that all of those who are leasing from the department are also paying. The department continues to ensure that we undertake an audit of government buildings that are leased by anyone and ensure that whether it is the employee or anyone or is whether it's leased by the employees in the department or external, those people are able to pay and will follow on that.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, we understand, of course, that the Minister is new to the portfolio and we welcome him into the portfolio, but it's quite clear that he's not on top of the DPWI assets. And I'll tell you why. In late February, I directed a question to yourself relating to the Mzimtoti police station. Despite the fact that you're supposed to respond within 2 weeks, I only got the response today. And it was actually directed towards Honourable Michalakis, not myself. But thanks for the answer anyway. So this confusion now makes us wonder why you were in fact moved to the Department of Public Works in the first place. And so the question I have today is, are you a governance crusader who's going to track down properties that are unoccupied like the Mzimtoti police station is and make sure that people pay rental? Or are you in fact just a miniature paper tiger taking instruction from your Taliban bosses in KZN? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. I think and I don't know what makes the honorable member to be so agitated to bring things that are not really relevant here. And I think the issue of the police station of Mzimtoti, I did talk to it, and I can repeat if you still want, but I spoke about it. We are undertaking an assessment of all government buildings that are not utilized, that we have rented for departments, but departments have not occupied. And we would want to ensure that we deal with those issues within the short period. If we see that this department requested a property, we secured the property, but they have not taken the occupants, we will solve that within a speed and ensure that the property is utilized. But also if properties are damaged, we are putting in place measures to ensure that they are also improved. I see that the problem of proactiveness is there. Now, you only understand that people take orders from somewhere. It is not all of us. It might be you who get orders from your liberals who dictate what you must say when some of us are really not at that space. We are able to think and implement. And I must tell you that this question of thinking that either Blacks and Africans are not able to read and ensure that things are handled. No, it's not the case. We are the same. Black, white, colored, Indians, we are the same. We are all human beings, and there's no one who's better than the other. I don't take instructions from anyone. I take instructions from the manifesto of the ANC. It is the blueprint that tells us where to go. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, it was reported a while back that in certain cases, there was officials that haven't honored the lease agreements for as long as 18 years. And that in many instances, these properties were given to family members to stay in for free. Now, my question, Honorable Minister, is will these individuals be held accountable for the outstanding payments, regardless of the amounts, and or if they still work for the government or not? And how will this be prevented in the future? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. This is quite an important issue. Yes, all of them will be followed. And yes, all of them will have to pay, or actions will have to be taken. And on that, we are not going to compromise. It also includes, if I may allude, to those who have illegally sold government properties. We are engaged in a campaign, Operation Bring Back, and we would want to ensure that all properties of government are brought back to government. If you sold it illegally, without processes, we're going to find you and we'll bring back that property. So we are going to be decisive in that regard.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Honorable Lutuli.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Mphathiswa, siyaqonda ukuthi kwaba khona investigation ekade ikhona. So umuntu uthanda ukwazi ukuthi what is the outcome of the countrywide investigation of state-owned properties, which was launched over claims that government employees abonakala engawa honorish ama contractual lease obligations are. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. There was an investigation that identified 43 debtors who are government employees, owing the amount of just above 3 million, and all of them are now subjected to the process to pay back that money. And we are clear on that. Across the country, we've done that, and that is the process of ensuring that the government recoups the money that those employees owes to the state.
Thank you very much. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, and all honorable members. It's good to be back. Honorable
From
Minister,
where? Where are you coming from?
I'll tell you when I see you. Honorable Minister, we welcome the fact that when you were made aware of the challenge, you immediately ordered the Property and Asset Management Unit of the department to conduct a comprehensive analysis on the occupation of the state-owned properties occupied by employees across all provinces to establish how widespread this problem is in the country. You further committed yourself that once the report is complete, you will table it in the MINMEC where all the provinces are represented. Just want to find out whether that has already happened, or if not, what are the timeframes on which this process of analysis will take place. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks. Thanks, Honorable Member, and thank you for the question. Yes, it is true that once we were alerted of this challenge, a countrywide investigation was undertaken, and we must also say that the commitment to bring the report to the NCOP is still standing. However, we are at a stage of ensuring that the report is finalized properly, but all of those who have to answer are given space to respond. And once we complete that, we will be able to bring the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, we'll now move on to the next question. And that is question number 50. Question 50. The question is on audit of government buildings. This question is raised from and by Honorable Mushodi to the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Mushodi, and all members. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure conducted a condition assessment in 2014-2015 financial year. The report revealed that there are some properties that are unlawful occupied, land is invaded, and other it's unutilized. As a result, we have initiated a program called Operation Bring Back. This program will be re-energized and will focus on the following. One, investigate all unlawful occupation of state-owned properties. Two, recover of the lost immovable asset. And three, regularize or regulations of illegal occupied properties with qualifying individuals. And therefore, we are going to undertake this work going forward under Operation Bring Back. We must also add that, among others, there are those who are occupying land illegally because they want places to reside, but there are others who occupy our properties, and others go to an extent of renting them out. And that's why we are applauding the Hawks that they are part of this work, and they've assisted us a great deal in ensuring that those who either rent out our properties or sold them are prosecuted. We are working hard to ensure that all illegal occupations are attended to in the country.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mushodi.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. Ha ke lebohe ministera ka ho araba potso e ke botsitseng ka bokgabane bo boholo. Empa modulasetulo ntumelle ke etse potso ya follow up ho minister. As the honorable minister may be aware, some of these buildings include office space and residential properties. My follow-up question to you, Honorable Minister, is why is government not donating some of these buildings to the community-based organization for better use and auction others to private entity for future use of their own choice? Ke a leboha modulasetulo. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe in terms of this question, I can report that the Honorable Member is correct. Honorable Mushodi, we fully concur with you. Firstly, some of these properties could be repurposed and provide other services. As part of our contribution against gender-based violence and femicide, we have identified properties in various provinces. In Eastern Cape, there are 3 properties that are owned by the department. We are in a process of ensuring that between us nationally and Public Works in the province, we work on an agreement to give them so that they will house NGOs that deals with gender-based violence. In Free State, there is a Coffee Fontaine House that was refurbished and handed over to the NGO on the 8th of December, 2022. In KwaZulu-Natal, there are two properties. One is in Howick and another one is in Molmoth, and we're working on handing them over to the province so that they will be utilized by the NGOs. In Limpopo, we have 5 properties that are being renovated so that they will be given over to the Provincial Department of Public Works, and the province working with social development will use these for the purposes of supporting NGOs. In Mpumalanga, the initial was 10 properties that were confirmed by Department of Social Development. 5 of those are in Balplas and 1 is in Ledenburg. And therefore, we are working together to ensure that we accommodate NGOs. There is one in Northern Cape that is being assessed, and it will also be handed over. In Northwest, 1 property was identified, but we later established that it is illegally occupied. Whilst we are working on that, we got another property which is in the border of Gauteng and Northwest, which will be given to the NGOs. The suggestion you are making is quite profound and progressive. We will push to ensure that all government properties are effectively utilized. In addition, some of the properties will have to be utilized to generate income for government. And therefore, if we identify a property, we will be able to call for expression of interest for those who want to either renovate, utilize those buildings, but pay the government so that we're able also to generate income. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, still on the issue of audit of government buildings, I would like to know whether your department has already started the process of evicting illegal occupants from government buildings, and if so, what is the position in this regard, if there is any success? Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, we have started the process, Honorable Chair and Honorable Hadebe. It is a matter that you deal with case by case, and the lessons differ. In some cases, you will find that you get people who will challenge the process and it has to go to court. It will take time. In some cases, legal process will need us to detail the number of people who are there, possible their names and all of that. And in some cases, it becomes difficult to get the names of those people. But I can assure the honorable member and the House that we are working in fighting illegal occupation of state-owned properties. And we are going to do it across the country and ensure that those properties are also utilized effectively. Honorable Chair, I must also indicate that, as I've alluded before, some of the properties you will find that they are not just occupied by people who are just in need, but it's people who can afford. And it has become some form of business. And that's why we are going to be hard on this case. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, following the audits, which processes have been initiated to reclaim hijacked, abandoned, and dilapidated buildings in a way which does not criminalize homeless people who will be affected by this process? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks. The member is saying what process are we using to identify illegal or illegally occupied properties? Now that is illegal, and illegal, once you start and say illegal, it involves criminal activity. Now, he said the process must also not criminalize them. Well, I think the first is just to say an illegal action has been undertaken, and then you deal with that. But the way that avoid criminalizing those people is cooperation. Because if they cooperate, it's easy. We don't go through the prolonged processes of court, and we'll be able to say, no, you have been using this piece of land for the stay or for these purpose, then we will then be able to have an agreement on that. But if they resist, we have to use legal means and therefore ensure that they are taken to court, and we then have to go with them challenging us, and therefore they will be criminalized. It is a process that is not dependent on us. But we must also plead that the issue of land, it's one of the contentious issues in the country. It is important that we all follow processes, and we must not encourage illegal occupation. We must not encourage illegal occupation. As government, we must deal with people who occupied properties illegally. So we need all of us to be together in the same frame of mind on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Potteser.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, you know, we've touched on this briefly today. And first of all, thank you for the good humor in which you took the last question. I think, you know, just a bit of KZN jabbing and repartee. Anyway, Chairperson and Minister, this is the problem that we have in Torti, in Amanzimtoti. It's a client department. They have a property that they've allowed to become unoccupied, as per the answer I received from you today. And now it's basically become your problem. And so is it not best practice for your department to, number one, put client departments on notice that they're responsible for the securing of the property by way of security services, but also by way of security measures, and that if your department needs to step in to regularize the situation as you've described, that they must come up with compensation for that to your department? Because are we not really in a situation where client departments like the SAPS in Amanzimtoti have a building, just allowed to become unoccupied, allowed to be overgrown, and in this case become a haven for criminals and sex workers and then basically dump it in your land? And should there not be some further responsibility in that regard? And if you agree with me, what measures will you take to heighten that sense of responsibility by client departments to avoid the kind of thing that Honourable Mashodi has raised? Thank you.
No, thanks, Honourable Chair and Honourable Member. I think the first thing is to ensure that the level service agreement is tight, to ensure that once the department submit a request for a property, that property is well defined, and they tell us what kind of property they need explicitly, and then we deliver on that. And there must be a tight agreement that once we are done, once we report that we're done, they take occupation. And if they don't take occupation at that time, they will start taking full responsibilities, including financial responsibilities such as maintenance and security. You are quite correct, but in this case, given the engagement and the level service agreement that have been in place, as the department, we will engage with SAPS on that property. We will ensure that if they no longer need the property, we take it so that we are able to allocate it to others who may use it. But we'll then immediately ensure that it is safeguarded and well maintained. It is an embarrassment when government buildings are becoming the nest for all sorts of things that you have mentioned. And therefore, both the agreement between ourselves and the user department needs to specify that kind of responsibilities and mandate. And then lastly, in this specific matter, we will ensure that we communicate with SAPS as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now, honorable members, proceed to the next question, which is question 42. But as the minister takes his seat, we would like to express an appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Express an appreciation for the fact that the minister has been able to attend this sitting and to answer questions in person. Minister, that is very, very much appreciated.
We are paying him for that. He's earning a salary for that.
If you don't come to the house, they really create a problem for the NCOP, and that does not go unnoticed. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to question 42. This question is on progress on analog switch off. It is directed to the minister. The minister is not here, but the deputy minister will answer the questions.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Whip in absentia, the Minister of Public Works, and honorable members of this august House and fellow South Africans. In response to question number 42, I have been advised by the department to respond as follows. That key deliverables of the program relates to the registration of indigents, distribution and installation of decoders, as well as switching off analog transmitters. Over 1.5 million households have since registered and qualified to receive government subsidized decoders. The registration process ended in September last year. As published by the notice in the Government Gazette, those who have registered and qualified are being issued with government decoders which are installed for free. The conclusion of broadcasting digital migration is dependent on the switching off of analog transmitters. Following the review of the BDM model in September 2021, there was significant progress that had led to the analog switch off in 5 of the 9 provinces, which are the Free State, Northern Cape, Northwest, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, having been successfully switched off and thereby receiving television broadcast on the digital platform only. The Minister of Communication and Digital Technology is currently finalizing consultations with the industry on its submissions regarding analog switch off. He will thereafter publish a notice in the Government Gazette informing of the final date for the conclusion of what we call dual illumination. Household migration is underway in the remaining 4 provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Gauteng, in order to enable the analog switch off. And I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we have the first follow-up by Honorable Mamurobela?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the House and honorable members that are here and part-time delegates also. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, based on the experience and lessons from the initial phase of the rollout of the project, has any risk analysis of the potential delays been undertaken? If not, why not? And if so, what are the plans to mitigate such risk? Thank you very much, Chair.
Was it clear, dear? Could you hear clearly?
Yes, I think I did hear what the honorable member was saying.
So,
Honorable
can I continue?
Mamurobela. Honorable Mamurobela, we have identified the risks, and the risks mainly relates to a number of things. The first is that qualifying households come to the post office to register to get their set-top boxes. They get to be approved. And when the installers go to those households, they find that the address is either wrong or they've relocated. So that is one of the risks that is delaying in the finalization of the installation. The other risk that is there is that we are utilizing through Centec as our installation entity to install the set-top boxes. And because we are rolling out this project throughout the country, you would find that there is a situation where we don't have the necessary number of qualified installers to be able to do the installation in a particular province. But also the other issue that we also experienced in the past, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, we had a situation where after the floods, the installers were not able to reach particular households because those households were affected and they had to be relocated. So those are some of the risks that we experienced, but we have put measures in place to mitigate this risk. And as I was saying, we're only left with 4 provinces to conclude the analog switch off. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The next follow-up will be by Honorable Mr. F.J. Badenhorst. Mr. Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'm glad you understood the previous question because I couldn't understand the word that was said there because the quality of the audio is so terrible. It's time we all come back to this house, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the explanation. I'm surprised to hear that qualifying households could go to a post office and apply for a digital box because most post offices in the country is currently closed anyway. So yeah, the fact of the matter is the switching off of the analog signal is past the ANC's 15-year deadline. 15 years, Mr. Minister. And that deadline was set to liberate South Africans from the previous century, wasn't it? From analog to digital. Why do we need digital? We need digital because we need more bandwidth. If we have more bandwidth, then mobile operators can lower the data costs because they have more space to operate within. We need digital so that people can actually watch clear TV screens and get better images. That's a show of respect to South Africans. When will the ANC and the minister and this ANC government actually start showing respect to South Africans by adhering to their own deadlines? 15 years. Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. Maybe firstly, let me start with the SAPO offices that have been closed. Yes, indeed, SAPO is experiencing some difficulties, and we're going to deal with that in the next question. But there are still many offices of the post office that are open, where the members of the community, those who are qualifying, can go and apply to receive the set-top boxes. And as at the date of the deadline, which was the 15th of September last year, most of South Africans did go to the post offices and apply to get their set-top boxes, and that's why we've received the large number of applications that we have received, and we are following on that. The second part of your question on the 15-year deadline that has been missed. Indeed, your motivation is correct about why there is a need for us to move from analog TV distribution to digital, because it offers a lot of benefits to South Africa, to the country. And so there has been a number of delay. After the ITU took that decision, that in 2015, all the countries that belong to Region 1 must migrate from analog TV distribution to digital, for which Region 1 South Africa is part of, actually the entirety of Africa. There's been various efforts to migrate, but these efforts have been hampered by a number of things. One, which is litigation. In actual fact, even now, when we're supposed to have switched off last year, we got to receive another litigation which ended up being adjudicated by the Constitutional Court, where the Constitutional Court gave some directives to government for which we are complying with all those directives. So the delay has largely been frustrated through litigation by some of the broadcasters in the sector. Had it been for ourselves, we could have long migrated from analog to digital. But of course, at the initial phase of the migration, there were some discussions in the country on the appropriate technology platform to use. You remember the discussion about whether this set-top boxes must have some certain technology, the chipsets and all of that. So that also delayed, but we are on course. Honorable member, I can assure you that the minister will announce the final date of the switch off, which is going to happen very soon. Very soon. Very soon is an operating word. Very soon the minister will do that. There is some consultation, as I said in my main response, that the minister is conducting, particularly with the stakeholders, because this is a very litigious environment. Those consultation has to happen. And from there, once we are satisfied that sufficiently we have consulted, the minister will then issue a date for the final analog switch off. We're only left with 4 provinces who are ramping up installation. Very soon, we should be ready to switch off.
Thank you, Tim. Honorable Mokase.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Minister, the country's broadcasting digital migration process has taken quite a long time without any efforts from the sitting government to speed up this process. There's been countless delays. There's been countless court orders and changing of deadlines to switch off. Which measures has been put in place to make sure that even after the implementation of this project, people living in rural areas are able to access this type of a resource, just like those who are living in the urban areas without any disruption? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokause. Indeed, there's been delay, as I was explaining, in response to Honorable Badenhorst. There's been delay, but these delays were not as a result of government ineptitude. As you were saying yourself, that there's been court orders after court orders. These court orders have been delaying us to complete the broadcasting digital migration. We are on course to finalize this because we have been delayed. And part of the reason why we need to be cautious as we are moving forward is so that we don't get to experience litigation again because of technicalities around consultation and so forth. That's why the minister is consulting to get the final consultation process, and then the minister will then announce the date of the analog switch off. Post the analog switch off. So the policy has been, Honorable Mokause, that because this is a caring government, we do not want to leave anybody behind. We said that all the qualifying households will be supported by government to be given free set-top boxes so that they are able to be part of the migration. And so we have been all out communicating with members of the public that please come forward to register. If we have got this old TV set, you're qualifying, please come in to register so that government can provide you with a free decoder. And that has happened. And September last year was the final date, and we've received lots of applications which we are busy installing on. But we also say post the analog switch off date, those of the qualifying households who for whatever reason missed the deadline of September, they can still come forward, come and register, and we are going to make sure that they are connected and they are part of the digital migration. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Honorable Mr. M.A.P. De Bruin.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Minister, since last year and even before that, submissions were made to your department by free-to-air broadcasters that have requested that broadcasters using frequencies below 600 megahertz that haven't been sold off to telecoms operators granted the opportunity to continue using these frequencies for a reasonable period of time to allow their viewers to migrate to digital devices. My question, Deputy Minister, will the minister, unlike his predecessor, consider the requests of the free-to-air broadcasters to ensure that there is a just and free transition from analog to digital? Thank you.
Jim.
Thank you very much, Honorable De Bruin, for your question. The allocation of spectrum, because what we are referring to is the spectrum bands. The allocation of spectrum is done by the regulator, which is ICASA. And it is done through a public process. Now, sometime before last year, the ICASA, the regulator, went out to issue the ITAs to auction the spectrum or to release the spectrum through an auctioning process. After some litigation, it was then resolved. Last year in March, that spectrum auction finally happened. And all the bands, not all the bands, a number of bands were made available to the mobile network operators. They submitted their bid, and that available spectrum was allocated to the mobile operators. We are aware of the proposal for the free-to-air broadcasters to also be allocated spectrum. But as you know, spectrum is not allocated by the minister. It is allocated by the the regulator, which is ICASA. Part of the engagements that the minister is engaging, particularly with the free-to-air broadcasters, because as you know, they are the main litigants in this case, is to explore different options. And I don't want to stand in these public platforms to preempt what will be the final way forward between the minister and the free-to-air broadcasters, but they are being engaged. But I just wanted to emphasize the point that spectrum is not allocated by the department or the minister, it is done by the regulator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The next question is question 52 is asked by Honorable Ms. C. Visser. Over to you, Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the House. In response to the question by Honorable Visser, the reply is as follows: that it is common knowledge now that SAPO has been experiencing severe financial challenges for several years. Unfortunately, with all the government interventions to date, the post office still continue to battle to financially recover. The severity of the financial position has been compounded by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with changes in the postal sector landscape and the prevailing operating environment which has evolved. SAPO has in the recent financial years, including the current one, continued to battle to generate enough revenue to fully meet its monthly financial obligations when they become due. It kept on maintaining operations under severe liquidity challenges, with anticipation that government funding will be made available to assist maintaining operations, invest in CapEx and implementation of the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy. The severity of the financial challenges continue to intensify to an extent that SAPO has been unable to fully settle its creditors' obligations, which include unpaid statutory obligations such as the medical aid fund. Unfortunately, no funding was made available in the recent past years except the intervention that, which is much welcome, that we received from Treasury of the 2.4 billion allocation, which is of course accompanied by conditions. The non-ability to fully settle unpaid creditors, including the medical aid funds, was a direct result of the severity of the cash flow situation at SAPO. The department is currently assisting the post office to mitigate against the provisional liquidation with the objective to save the entity. This is vital to afford the department and SAPO time and space to effect the program to enhance revenue and manage costs while implementing the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Follow up from Ms. Karen Visser.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, with reference to the South African Post Office being placed under provisional liquidation and 700 million towards staff medical aid contributions not being paid, which somebody in public administration must be held accountable for. Who is accountable for maintaining such an illegal conduct? And what are the consequences in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair and Honorable Visser. The South African Post Office has been going through serious difficulties. In fact, if you check their financial, their balance sheet over a period of time, you'd realize that for almost 17 years, it has been battling the transitions that has been happening in the postal market sector. for 17 years. That
She will be 60.
the market has been drastically changes. This is not only in South Africa, throughout the world, in fact. When you interact with postal operators throughout the world, they are experiencing the same problem, the same difficulties. That the traditional role of the post office, which was the distribution of the letter post, has been drastically affected by the technological development. So all the post offices are struggling throughout. So in respect to SAPO, there's been various interventions in the past to try and mitigate against that, but there's been an inability to fully turn around and to embrace the new market conditions. That's why there is a post office of tomorrow strategy, which seeks to respond to this changed market conditions. With regard to, and of course, as a result of that, the expenditure has been exceeding the revenue, and there's been an expectation that at some point there will be intervention to recapitalize the organization, because they also have got an important role of providing universal access to postal services, which most of our people in the rural areas are dependent on. So that intervention has not been coming until recently. So it meant that they had to operate in those severe liquidity challenges, and they've not been paying the creditors until we're finding ourselves in a situation where there is this liquidation. Obviously, in the totality of what has been happening in the post office, at some point, there will have to be scrutiny, and those, not only these ones, but even the previous ones who are out there making all sorts of pronouncements that they can save. In fact, if you look at some of their records and the record of the post office during the time that they were in charge, that's when the decline was accelerated. So we will have to take a complete look at all what has happened in the post office at some particular point. But what we assist with currently is to save the entity and to make sure that the final liquidation is not granted. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The next follow-up is Honorable Ms. Tebogo Modise.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces. Honorable Deputy Minister, we are indeed humbled by your commitment and your efforts to rescue this critically important service point to the majority of our people, especially the poor and the working class. As part of the future sustainability of SAPO, are there any anticipated plans for the restructuring and re-engineering of the service offering to maximize the competitive edge and self-sustainability in the medium to long term? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Modise. Indeed, we have got a plan to reposition and to reorientate the post office so that it can respond to the changed market conditions which I've spoken about. Cabinet recently approved what we call the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy, where the post office will be restructured, will be repositioned. There are about 4 strategic anchors that are anchoring this post office of tomorrow strategy. First of all, we would like for the post office to be the leading logistics provider in South Africa, and indeed even in the continent. We would like it to have partnerships with the existing operators in the market. We also want to transform the post office to become the e-commerce hub, not only of the country, but of the continent, and to participate in the e-commerce market, in the parcel space and all of that. We also want the post office to be the trust center, to be the leading authentication authority, especially during this time of digital identity and the digital economy. But we also want to transform the post office to become the logistics, the business hubs, particularly in areas where most of our people are not able to access areas where there's this facility. So we want to use this expansive network of the post office to create the logistics hub in our community. So that is the intention of government. That is the intention that we want to transform the post office to become. So if you look at what we want to do, then it will be able to get reoriented so that it doesn't become only a machinery that is concentrating on the letter post. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Dean. Honorable Mr. N.M. Khadebe, you are the next.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, with most post offices now being closed, it leaves many underprivileged people stranded when it comes to services. I would like to know what plans does the department have to provide the services that the post office was able to offer to underprivileged communities? Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe Dean.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair and Honorable Khadebe. Indeed, as I was saying, we plan to turn the post office around through the implementation of the post office of tomorrow. For us to succeed in doing that, we require funding for this post office, and we've had engagement with National Treasury. They were getting to appreciate the strategic importance of the post office as a service point to our community. And that's why Treasury had agreed to offer the 2.4 billion that was announced by the Minister of Finance, which has since been made available. But unfortunately, we got hit by this provisional liquidation, which is sort of changing our focus now to saving the organization, whilst we then attend to these legal issues, because we had intended that as soon as the money is made available, we had already developed plans. There were conditions imposed by National Treasury. We had already worked on how we are going to comply with those conditions. And so we are now seized with this provisional liquidation. Hopefully we'll deal with it. And after that, we will then continue with our plans to reposition the post office so that those branches are not closed. We are aware that the branches are closing as a result of this severe financial challenges that it's experiencing. But we can certainly say that as soon as we've dealt with the liquidation, we will make sure that those branches are reopened. But of course, there were a number of branches where there had been a duplication. For instance, as you know that in the past, the post office moved into the malls. You find a situation where there is a mall, there's a post office there, but when you drive out, there's another post office. This one we're renting, that other one belongs to to the post office is not rented, but they moved out, they moved into, so that strategy did not work. So we're going to go back into the properties owned by the post office and make sure that as the strategy gains momentum, we reopen those branches. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe. We have been informed that all the follow-up questions on this vote will be taken by Honorable Makause for the EFF. So it's now Honorable Makause.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Minister, you will agree with me that wasteful and irregular expenditure has led to the closure of the South African post offices and numerous branches throughout the country. And to date, no one has been held accountable for this deliberate collapse of branches of South African post office. Which investigations has been carried out into the looting of the post offices, and how many people were charged so far for the mismanagement of funds in this entity? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mukause. I will respectfully disagree with you that the closure of the post office is as a result of the wasteful and irregular expenditure. It is not. If we were to ascribe the closure to that reasoning, that would not be taking into account the totality and the complex nature in which the organization is existing. I've just explained that the post office has been operating under severe liquidity challenges as a result of the changed market condition and the decline in the revenue. So it is not able, it has not been able to turn itself around, and it has experienced a situation where, because there was a need to keep the business afloat, they had to operate in an environment where the expenditure exceed the revenue, and that's why we find ourselves in this situation. Of course, yes, there is irregular expenditure, which is reported by the Auditor General. It's a matter that we are seized with. In fact, when we came in October of 2021, when we were appointed, we insisted that there must be consequences. And so there is a financial misconduct committee in the entity that follows up all the instances of irregular expenditure that has been reported, and there had been consequences as a result of that. If the member wants us to provide the details, we can provide the details of what has been done by the entity to deal with the matters of wasteful and irregular expenditure. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, DM. The next question is question 43, as asked by Honorable Ntube, and it's also about the issue of the South African Post Office. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP and Honorable Ntube for the question. Our reply is as follows. The actual position taken by the shareholder, which is the government through the ministry, regarding the provisional liquidation of SAPO, is to put measures in place to save the entity from the liquidation. In this regard, we have been working tirelessly with SAPO, considering various options to find an optimal option within the legal prescripts and confines of the provisional liquidation to save the entity from the liquidation. In line with the overall objective to save SAPO from the liquidation, the ministry, together with SAPO, have engaged various stakeholders, including National Treasury, in considering various options to save the entity from the liquidation. The services of the senior legal counsel have been sourced to provide advice and guidance on the optimal option in dealing with these matters. The plan is to get the matters resolved before the 1st of June final court date so that the entity can continue to operate as a going concern. The department will be in a better position to make pronouncement in due course through the minister after all the legal procedural matters and consultations have been completed to effect the decision of an optimal option to mitigate against the liquidation. For now, it is vital to assure the public that there are ongoing concerted efforts to ensure that the optimal option to mitigate against the liquidation is put in place with the objective being to save the entity. This will ensure that the impact of the provisional liquidation on the ordinary South Africans making use of the services of the post office is mitigated against. We are mindful that prior to the liquidation provisional order being issued, SAPO was already in a difficult operating environment due to the severity of the financial challenges. As a matter of fact, notwithstanding the provisional liquidation order, the entity continues to be operational and ensure that the provision of services is not affected. This includes the payment of social grant on the postal banking services. SAPO has also assured the department that while the optimal response to the liquidation risk is being worked upon, there are ongoing regular engagements between SAPO and the liquidator to discuss a number of options to ensure that SAPO's provision of essential services are not negatively affected. We call on the public to remain calm whilst the plan is being put in place to save the post office. SAPO continues to be operational whilst optimal mitigation of the liquidation is being put in place. The continuation of the provision of services, including the social grants and postal banking services, is of utmost importance. Hence, all efforts are being made to ensure that the entity is saved from the liquidation because it is vital to guarantee continuation of the delivery of services. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dame. Honorable Nsube, any follow-up?
No, thanks, Deputy Chair. I just want to, the loss of a critical benefits like medical aid and contribution to the pension fund is something very serious that requires the attention of a department DM. Like you have indicated that in due course, you will be announcing the measures that you are going to be taking to make sure that you save SAPO from this liquidation. I just want to check in the immediate, what are some of the measures that you are undertaking for you to make sure that you reach to the medium and long-term measures that to resuscitate and save SAPO from liquidation? Thank you very much.
Okay. Dame.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair and Honorable Nsube for the question. Currently, we are engaged, as you know, that the liquidation is now illegal. It's now a legal matter before the courts. We have retained the services of the senior counsel, who is advising us on what are the options available to us to save the entity. We've had a consultation, number of consultation with the legal counsel. And cabinet is also engaged on the matter. Recently, there's been a discussion, a briefing to cabinet on what needs to be done legally to save the organization from this provisional liquidation. We're looking at a number of options. In fact, there is a preferred option, which I'm not now at liberty because there are a number of sensitivities. There are creditors involved who must also buy into whatever approach that will best result in them not being worse off. So we are engaged in those discussions. And as soon as they are concluded, we will make the necessary pronouncement. But in as far as some of the contributions Of course, our intention was that part of the money that we're gonna receive from the Treasury, partly it was to settle the outstanding creditors, particularly the medical aid, the pension fund contribution, what you call statutory, including South African Revenue Services, to settle partly some of that, but also to fund the strategy so that the business continues as a going concern, and over a period of time, then it gets on its feet and is able to settle entirely all the creditors. But as I said, in the fullness of time, we'll have to come back and interrogate actually what happened, not now, but even in the past, so that there can be serious consequences for whatever that might have happened, which is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Minister, you have covered my question in your responses to question 52 regarding a turnaround strategy for the post office. But I will still ask this. Deputy Minister, with the new board that's being appointed for the post office now, how will the new board, this department and all relevant officials for that matter be held accountable to ensure a successful turnaround of the post office and that the past doesn't repeat itself again? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Honorable De Bruin.
De Bruin.
Honorable De Bruin.
Yes.
Yes. Honorable De Bruin, we, with regard to the board, we've just extended their mandate by between 3 and 6 months, depending on how soon we're able to make sure that we go out, we advertise, we get people to respond, and then run through the process until we go to cabinet. So the intention of the extension is to allow us a process to properly appoint the board. As you know, it's an appointment that is done in consultation with cabinet, so it might take a bit of time, probably 6 months. So we have not appointed a new board. Now, this board has been seized with helping the shareholder to turn the post office around. This board is the board that was responsible for the development of the strategy that I spoke to you about, which is anchored on 4 levels, which I had explained. So we have been working with them. The problems of the post office predates the board. It has been happening before this current board was appointed. So we've been working with them. They've been coming up with a number of suggestions on how we can take the process forward. So our relationship with them is not adversarial. Our relationship with the board is more complementary. We're working well with them. Thank you very much. And as you say, I've already explained what are the elements of the strategy that we're talking about, the post office of tomorrow. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Minister, thousands of social grants recipients across the country were unable to receive their social grants through the South African post office at some point, with reports that some are not being paid at all. And having traveled from far from rural communities to access post offices, this minister rendered the recipients extremely vulnerable. What are your interventions from your department to ensure that these acts of inhumanity are not repeated by this entity? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you to Honorable Mukause. Honorable Mukause, the payment of the social grants has been ceded over from the South African Post Office to the Post Bank. That session happened in October of last year. So as we speak now, it is the Post Bank that is responsible for the payment of the social grants. However, the Post Bank is still utilizing the post offices in some areas, especially the cash pay points. The Post Bank is still utilizing the post offices to do that. But as you know that the bulk of the payments that happened is no longer through the cash pay points. I think it's an insignificant amount now, yet it's very important. But the bulk of the payments are taking place through the merchants, other merchants by the post office. And so if the post office branches are closed, that impacts on the payment of the cash payments. But there are measures that have been put in place by the Post Bank to mitigate against that area. So although it gets to be experienced, but it's not at a wide scale level, because there are other measures that have been put in place to make sure that the social grants are paid by the Post Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you. DM, Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy House Chair, and good afternoon to the DM. You have on one side given a bit of an answer because my question is very similar, or my reply is very similar to the previous speaker. But Honorable DM, despite assurances that millions of beneficiaries whose SASSA cards are expiring will be paid through the new cardless system, SASSA and the post office, or the newly established Post Bank, does have a dismal record of paying. You cannot deny that. Apart from vague promises, Honorable DM, what procedures and protocols have you put in place to ensure these beneficiaries receive their grants? And please keep in mind that promises keep being made that access to grant funds through partner retailers will be done. Yet, as the DA, we are on a daily basis inundated by complaints from beneficiaries who are unable to access their grants through retailers or banks. And many beneficiaries spend up to half of their grants on transport to and from pay points, only to return empty-handed, because these retailers are not established in the areas where they live. They have to travel kilometers to get to these banks or to these retailers because they don't have, like you say, boxes or ShopRites at the place of where they stay. Thank you.
Honorable Team.
Okay, thank you very much. Although some portion of your questions I did not hear properly what you, especially when you talk about dismal fail. I don't know dismal fail of what, but I'll attempt. I didn't hear that. And I'm afraid I am not the one presiding, so I wouldn't say please repeat. But let me attempt in the manner in which I understood your question, that your question one talks to the expiry of the SASSA card and how we're dealing with that. And two, it refers to the distance that the beneficiaries have to travel to get their payments. I didn't hear the third one, so I heard those two. So, Honorable Boshoff, As I said, this question about the SASSA card it's about Post Bank, because it's now the Post Bank that is responsible for the payment of the social grants. But let me answer it nevertheless. So the Post Bank is regulated by the Reserve Bank through a division of the Reserve Bank called the Prudential Authority. Now, the Prudential Authority have identified risks in the card, the normal cards that were used by the beneficiaries that was issued then by the post office. And they've requested that they must be replaced because there are security risks in that. So the Post Bank has embarked on a process of replacing those cards. Now, in the process, these cards are expiring. I'm sure you might have noticed that there was an announcement by the Payment Association of South Africa that there will be an extension of those cards which are expiring until the end of this year. So as we speak now, all those cards which are expiring are no longer going to expire until the end of this year. But the Post Bank had embarked on the process of replacing it. In addition to that, the Post Bank has introduced an innovative system where a beneficiary can be paid without having a SASSA card. They've made that announcement. You can go to their website, you can everywhere. I think in this past weekend, they were running some awareness where they were advertising. So there are other means of collecting the payment without necessarily having a SASSA card. That's one. Secondly, on the distance that some beneficiaries are traveling to get. So there's a number of payments of the social grant. As I said, one is done with the merchants, the retailers, the banks, and all of that in partnership with the Post Bank. And another form of payment is through the cash pay points. The cash pay points have proven to be a very difficult one, which is something that we have been encouraging that over time, we must move away from that because it means you must physically go and collect cash from the banks, by the cash in transit companies to go and do the payout. So the risk is quite high associated with that payment method. But nevertheless, we're still continuing through the Post Bank to engage with that. So those who are not able to get to the retail merchants, I'm sorry, my time is up, but they are able to go to the cash pay points. I hope I've adequately answered you, Honorable Boshoff.
No, I know you have, because the other issue was around the spread of these merchants that you are speaking about, that it's not necessarily accessible to other communities. And they are the ones that are traveling long distances and using half of the, so I think you have actually responded. But the issue that I want to say is that even if you say it is spread among, it will be necessary for who is responsible for pension payouts and you responsible for the post office to sit down and see how you can reconcile the accessibility of payouts.
Indeed, Deputy Chair, as we are responding, we're also taking advice. This is what, because the idea is to continuously improve on the method and the systems that we use to pay the social grants. And any idea I think is welcome, particularly that, as I was saying, to mitigate against the availability of the merchants, we utilizing this cash, we've got the cash pay points where at particular intervals, we do payments through the Post Bank.
I think, in any case, I think this is a discussion for another day.
Okay.
Because when this issue of merchants started, we have been against that specific issue, but it's not necessarily
Okay.
your competency. Because the issue of merchants is not necessarily your competency. That's why I'm saying it is a discussion for another day, but we will follow up on that.
Okay.
Thank you, DM.
Thank you very much.
We are going to question 38 of Honorable MJ Magwala. That is also almost on the same issue of the South African Post Office, but particularly on the issue of the job losses. DM, over to you.
Question 38. Today's session, Honorable Deputy Chair, it's really on the post office and the liquidation and what we are doing. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and thank you to Honorable Magwala for the question. Our response is as follows: that the actual position that was taken by the shareholder regarding the provisional liquidation order for SAPO is to put measures in place to save the entity. In this regard, we are working with SAPO. I think it's was repeating some of the points because these questions are almost the same. We are working with SAPO to consider various ways to find an optimal approach within the legal prescripts and confines of the liquidation proceedings to save the entity. In line with the overall objective to save this entity, the ministry have engaged the various stakeholders to see as to how we can respond to the situation and save the entity. Just to avoid repeating most of the things that I have said, I think it is important, Honorable Deputy Chair, for us to assure the employees of the entity and the public that there are ongoing tireless effort to ensure that the proper option and solution is found to mitigate against the liquidation with the objective to make sure that we save the entity. It is our understanding and our belief that it is in saving SAPO that jobs can be protected within the confines of the legal prescripts and SAPO's implementation of the post office of tomorrow. The security of employment is of utmost importance, especially during this time where all efforts are being made to ensure that the entity is safe from liquidation. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Mokause, follow-up question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Minister, the Post Office has been unable to keep up with the technological advances in communication, which is at the center of its failure to generate revenue. Retrenchments of workers, Deputy Minister, cannot be the solution. I hope this time you will agree with me. What are the plans that have you put in place to stabilize the finances in this entity and making sure that there are no job losses in this entity? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokause, DM.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mokause. Indeed, Honorable Mokause, technological advances and adoption has had a significant impact on the business of SAPO. There we agree. And I think you have correctly characterized what is the problem there. So the introduction of the internet, people are no longer sending letters through the post, they just send an email. So technology has had a big impact on the business of SAPO. We agree. And that's why we were saying initially that SAPO has not been able to recover from the introduction of technology. And hence we are saying, we have now come up with the SAPO of tomorrow strategy, which moves away from the letter post as a traditional role of the post office. So the strategy will be implemented over time, which will seek to respond to the technological advances and the challenges that are posed by technology. With respect to the retrenchment of workers, the post office for a while had embarked on a process of what they call the voluntary severance packages to try and mitigate against the number of employees that they have. If I may just give you a picture now, that between 60 and just over 60% of the employees of the post office, not the employees, the operational expenditure of the post office consist of salaries. Over 60% just salaries. If you look at the revenue versus the expenditure, the revenue that the post office was able to generate just in the past financial year was not itself sufficient to cover just the salary portion of the operational expenditure. So it's heavily burdened by the salary expenditure. So as to how the post office resolve it, the details are then on the post office of tomorrow. But we know that they've been trying to reduce that through the VSP, but the post office has also been trying to get VSP, honorable member. Looks like the honorable member is thinking of something else. Yeah, the honorable member is thinking of other things other than the voluntary severance packages. So as I was saying, they've been introducing the severance packages, but also recently they had started the process of 189 of the LRA. But I know that they've also been trying to introduce innovative ways to get their employees to become involved as entrepreneurs to render the services that the post office has been rendering. Yes, the solution is not for the post office to collapse and get the people to lose their jobs, but the model as it is unsustainable, honorable member. I can tell you that. You can look at the books of the post office. It's unsustainable to continue to have a situation. And this situation, by the way, comes from 2014, the strike of 2014 that crippled the post office, whereby over 8,000 employees had to be absorbed just around there, and which was put a lot of a heavy burden on their salary budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Baha.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. DM, I'm worried because I get a sense that you are already convinced that there's no other way except people losing their jobs. That's what I'm reading from what you are telling us. But having said that, the post office just received a bailout from Treasury, which is another failed state-owned entity. DM, traditional postal services around the world have experienced challenges, but have adapted. We see no such plan for the SAPO. An ideal chance to bring the post bank into the mainstream was squandered when government forced commercial banks to establish Mzansi accounts. A chance to validate the post office by making it the payment point for SASSA has been missed. Courier services are by far the first choice for most people, with international online sales companies refusing to deal with SAPO. Now, my question is, what are you doing to reinvent the post office, to make it relevant and ensure that the 6,000 jobs can be saved for the sake of the employees, but also in a way that will be to the benefit of all South Africans. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Baha. Honorable Team.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and thank you for the question, Honorable Baba. What I was doing, Honorable Baba, I was giving you the facts. That this is the factual situation where we are. That the situation as it is, when you look at it, is unsustainable. You cannot have a business whose sole existence is to pay salaries. There must be a particular portion that is there to finance its operation. So I'm just saying the model as it is unsustainable. How the post office deal with it, of course, will be advised by the board, but we have been told that they've tried to introduce these voluntary severance packages. They've tried to introduce a system where they encourage most of their workers to provide services as entrepreneurs, to buy, the scooters and all of that, to make business from the post office because they're already experienced in that. So they are trying innovative ways. Now, recently, they've introduced the Section 189 process of the LRA. So that's what they are doing. All what I'm saying is that on a factual basis, when you look at the figures, when you look at the numbers, it's unsustainable. As I was saying, in the past financial year, the money that the total revenue, not just from one service, the total revenue of the post office was not sufficient to even cover the salary budget. So that is the factual situation as we have it. Now, with regard to, yes, the majority of the postal operators, as I was saying, it's not unique to South Africa. Somebody was saying in the 17 years of ANC government. No, it's not unique to South Africa. That's very myopic in approach. If you were to aggregate the problems just to here at home, is globally, they've been experiencing such challenges. Some post offices have been able to, like the post office in Japan, for instance, has been able to survive owing to it being privatized. It has been completely privatized and is somehow managed. We can't say, we still have to look at it, what are the finances saying, but it's trying to survive. But the question for us is whether that option, in our case, that option is the most optimal option. I can tell you that it is not. And the reason why I'm saying this is because most of the postal networks, most of the branches are located in the poor areas. And in terms of our legislation, the post office is obligated to provide services, even if the provision of service is not, they don't derive any revenue out of it. So this is what we call universal obligations that were imposed by the Act. Now, if we were to privatize, for instance, will the private sector render a service where they are not able to make revenue? No, they won't. And what will happen to the service that is required in Kayakude, in Vembe, in Sukukune? Because you need that service to continue to be rendered. That's why you must keep some form of public ownership of this entity so that it is able to continue to provide the service that we require in those areas. With regard to the savings SAPO, I've already indicated that we have got a strategy building the post office of tomorrow, which we are convinced, properly implemented, will be able to save that organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Team. Honorable Giva.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity. Honorable Deputy Minister, my question is quite linked to the previous question. As stated, that the loss of 6,000 jobs under the current economic condition will be too much a loss for a country. And I'm sure the Deputy Minister will agree that this requires hard choices and decisions by government. In the light of this, Deputy Minister, has the National Treasury been brought on board regarding this? And if so, what is their position in terms of saving the situation? Thank you very much, TM, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkiva.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mkiva, for the question. Maybe let me start with the last point we made about National Treasury. Yes, National Treasury had been engaged. As I said, we are beginning to see things from the same perspective between ourselves and National Treasury. That's why over a period of time, we have been engaging with them, but they were not convinced that we can save the post office. Until recently, when we engage with them, they're beginning to agree. And that's why there is this initial capital injection of 2.4 billion, which was announced during the minister's budget speech. So ourselves and Treasury are beginning to see things the same way. Of course, they ask us to come up with a survey, which is called the Postal Review Market, where it looks at the trend and all of that, and give an assurance to government whether we are able to save the post office in as is currently. So we have done that, we've concluded it, we have sent it to them. They agree with us, and they've given us this money. Of course, we have always been saying that there will come a point where when assistance comes, it will be too late because the bleeding would have been too much. It's like waiting for the paramedics who are bleeding. At some point, if they delay, they might find the patient dead. And unfortunately, they almost came at a point where it was critical that they must come in, and we are happy and we are very appreciative of the intervention. And we have got a plan to utilize the 2.4 billion that they've provided us. With regard to job losses, I think somebody was saying, do we need to lose 12,000 or 14,000 jobs? Or can you lose a lesser number in order to save the larger number? Now, those are some of the hard choices that we have to make when you are running an entity like that. As I was saying, when you look at the numbers, they are unsustainable. Something has to happen. And we do acknowledge that we are living in this current difficult economic conditions. Government is always called upon to make these hard choices, but I'm not here to make an announcement about what's going to happen. All what we assist with currently is to save the jobs that are there at the post office, and we're doing everything in our power to save the jobs. Any further pronouncement about what is going to happen to attend to this unsustainable salary bill, it's something that I'm sure at an appropriate time, the minister will make an announcement and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister. It has been long held by the governing party that the SOEs will create jobs. Yet there is a factual information that shows, in fact, they have been a drain on the country's purse where the monies could be better spent on infrastructure development. Can the Deputy Minister give an answer on whether the department would consider working with the private sector to ensure that the South African Post Office will become financially stable and be able to expand its job creation initiatives. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Adebe, Honorable team. You did get the question.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. Now, you know, the idea of having state-owned entities, it's an idea whose origin comes from an appreciation that the state need to play a role in the economy, needs to play a role, particularly a developmental role in the economy, because not all areas, not only to address the market failure where the private sector won't be able to provide a service if it's not beneficial for them, but also to make sure that there are certain services that are provided by the state. And the philosophy is that the state will always have a much bigger appetite, particularly risk appetite, to make sure that where the private sector is not able to invest, the state comes and invests. So there's this idea around the SOEs, and there's the idea which we, from ourselves as the African National Congress, we believe in that, because we believe in a developmental state, the state that has got the ability and the capacity to intervene in the economy. Whether the department will work with the private sector, any option available as government, as the department, we are willing to explore. In any case, the post office of tomorrow talks about partnership. Already it's very strong. There is a strong slant on partnership, which is embedded in that strategy, that we must work with the already existing postal operators to create partnership. Some of them are not able to take their parcels, their letters to the far-flung rural areas. We have got the infrastructure to do that. So we can partner with the private sector. On the e-commerce space, we can partner with the private sector. So indeed, Honorable Member, we are open for that. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. We are moving away from the post office, and it is question 57, as asked by the Honorable Mr. D.R. Ryder to the Minister of Communications. And it's over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister, to respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, indeed, we are moving away from the post office. We have interrogated the issue sufficiently. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for the question. Our response is that now it looks like, is it question 57?
You did respond in the first.
Is it question 57?
Question 57. It's the same as the question of Ma Marubela. More or less.
It's on the broadcasting digital migration, and I think we dealt with that before. So I don't know whether to repeat the response, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Honorable Ryder, do you want him to repeat the responses that he gave earlier on the issue of analog and digital?
Deputy Chair, I think that this points to a problem in the questions office, and the fact that the questions office allowed two almost identical questions to come onto the paper is something that needs to be interrogated, because it's not the only instance that this has happened in. So whilst I think that the Deputy Minister has given us substantial feedback, I do have some more probing questions I would like to ask as a follow-up, if I may.
So what you're saying is that it's fine that he doesn't respond again, but you want to do the follow-up.
Indeed.
Can we continue like that?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder.
Deputy Minister, the initial target for the digital migration was to have 80% of users migrated in time for the 2010 World Cup. That was the target. 2010 World Cup, 80% of users. It's 13 years later, and we're still getting excuses from the department and from your predecessors and the predecessors in the minister's office, talking about litigation and technical challenges, etc. So you can't stand here before us and blame legal action and so on. It's 13 years. Who makes the laws? Who's allowing the legal issues to hold this thing back? We make the laws here in Parliament. So, Minister, Deputy Minister, in reality, this is a genuine cost to the economy, as we've held back the release of that 4G and 5G bandwidth, and the fact that it may have been auctioned off, there still remains capacity in play that's being used by the television broadcasting. So there've been 12 ministers since 2009. Even Honorable Yunus had a go at it. 12 ministers since 2009. And so it points to a bit of a prioritization problem by the president and by the cabinet, if there's such a shuffle. So, Deputy Minister, we want to know now, who do we blame? Do we blame the previous ministers? Do we blame the DG? Do we blame the president? Or is the ANC just incapable of running government? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
You may respond to the issues that is relevant to the question.
Yes, but I can assure the member, Honorable Deputy Chair, that we are more than competent to discharge our mandate, and we are doing it very competently.
Order.
I've explained about the delay. I've explained to the member about the delay, but the member insists that those delays were not delays. I'm saying there had been litigation. First, there was a discussion which took some time about the relevant technology product to use. You'd remember the discussion about encrypted set-top boxes, not encrypted, which was the discussion in the industry. After that was resolved, there was litigation. Now, the honorable member wants us to come here and say there's no litigation. As you know that there was a Concord matter, your colleague was talking about the free-to-air broadcasters who wants a particular band of spectrum. Okay, I'm sure you must just compare those because they are the ones who have litigated consistently on the broadcasting digital migration. Yes, using their own rights as a corporate citizens of this country.
Continue to respond, DM, to the question that was legitimately asked.
So the delay, we do accept that there's a delay. That's why there's a renewed focus from ourselves that we need to finalize the broadcasting digital migration. We have switched off 5 provinces. We are remaining with 4 provinces. We agree with you. The cost of what we call dual illumination, meaning that we broadcast both digital and analog, is too much. We cannot afford, and this is an argument that we have been saying to the free-to-air broadcasters, that it is very, very expensive to continue to keep these 2 systems. For Centec, they are no longer getting parts. It's very expensive for them to continue to provide analog services. So more the reason why we have to migrate. So we are pushing that, but we are being held back by some of the people whose colleague from the same organization was representing their perspective here this afternoon. So we will finalize this. With regard to the bands, I've already explained that it is the process of ICASA to allocate spectrum. And if the free-to-air broadcasters and other broadcasters wants to participate in that market, they will engage the authority, which is ICASA in this matter. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
We will once again call on Honorable Mukause on the question of Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mukause.
Honorable Mukause.
Chairperson,
Yes, we are listening.
are you on the same question asked by Honorable Mam Robert?
Yes.
I do not understand, Chairperson, why do you allow the mistake done by the questions table to come here and actually allow a squabble like this that recently happened now with the Deputy Minister and the DA? That question was asked and that question has passed. What questions table did, they allowed a similar question. Why didn't they allow another question, not two similar questions, to be on this question paper?
Honorable Mukause, does
It is
mean
not
you
our
follow up?
incompetence, it's your questions table, which is making such silly mistakes.
Honorable Mukause, does it mean you don't have a follow-up? If not,
You
let
are
us
not
continue.
going.
Honorable,
You are not going to make as if your table staff or your questions table is
we are
competent.
all the
enough.
NCOP.
It is
You
a
doesn't have a
similar question.
You
Why do you
are a
allow
member
a
of the
similar
NCOP.
question?
It's your
Why?
table also.
Why?
It's your
Why do you
table
allow
also.
that thing
Don't
to
take
happen?
yourself out of the story.
No,
I don't know
I'm
what is
taking
the
out
issue.
myself out of the story because they allow such silly mistakes to happen. It's a silly mistake.
Honorable Mukause, you are a member of the NCOP. It's your question table also. You don't have a question, we will continue. We are going to Honorable De Bruin.
It doesn't mean that we don't have a question. You cannot
Honorable De Bruin.
You cannot repeat the same question. It's the
You don't
same
have a question. You don't
It's
have a
the
question.
same question.
Honorable De Bruin, can
and
someone
it can-
please
it
close the
can
mic?
never be allowed
Can you
in
mute
the NCOP.
Honorable Mukause?
Why do you do that?
So that we can get the
Why?
next question. Can we, Honorable Mukause, just want people to know that she was here because she will not come next week. Honorable De Bruin.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Dlamini.
Chairperson, the comments that you've made towards the Honorable Mukause is
She doesn't abuse me
unwarranted.
like that.
And but I'm talking to you now. That it's an unwarranted comment to make to a member of parliament because we do not keep record of who from other parties is coming in the house or is not coming to the
Not a
house.
point of order.
And I'm asking for you to withdraw that.
It's no point of order and I'm
It's
not
a
going
point
to
of order. You
anything.
cannot dismiss us like that. You keep dismissing the EFF. You are always dismissing us, Chairperson.
What? No.
You are because you are dismissing me now.
You are wrong.
You are
wrong.
dismissing me. Don't be
I am
dismissing.
presiding and I say it's not
Don't be
a point of
dismissing.
order.
Like
I
you
am
are being
presiding.
dismissive towards her now on
Not
the platform.
point of order.
She's a member that is
It's
duly
not a
elected to
point
be
of
here.
order. Can you sit down, please, Honorable Dlamini? I am presiding and I say it's not a point of order. Honorable De Bruin, can we have the follow-up, please?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Minister, has there been any collaboration between your department and other departments, like for example, trade and industry, to reduce the number of analog devices that is being imported into the South African market? Since the planned analog switch off.
Deputy Chair, I can't hear the member.
Honorable De Bruin, speak to the mic, please.
Sorry, okay, I will start from the beginning. Deputy Minister, has there been any collaboration between your department and other departments, like for example, trade and industry, to reduce the number of analog devices that is being imported into the South African market since the beginning of the planned analog switch off? And if not, why not? Because it seems at this stage that South Africa is the dumping ground for all technology. And this while we are busy or we are planning to switch off analog technology. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and thank you, Honorable De Bruin. Yes, we are talking to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition on this particular matter, not only on this, but also on the mobile devices, particularly the 2G and the 3G. You know that there is an intention on our part to discontinue those gadgets. So we're talking to them already. There's a gazette that has been issued by the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition on that. So there is a communication between ourselves. We don't want our country to be the dumping site for this old technology. And that's why we are engaging with them, because and that's the point that we could keep on saying, that we have to migrate from analog to digital, because digital offers a whole host of opportunities. And so we truly have to be in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. We cannot continue to remain behind. So the short answer is that yes, indeed, we are engaged with them. Already there's been a breakthrough on the devices. They have already issued a gazette, and then we will also engage. We're also engaging them on the problem is that there is still pushback from the free-to-air broadcasters around this need to migrate. And of course that we have to continue to roll out the device, the set-top boxes, because most of our people are still having those small television, which is not receptive to digital signals. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable TM. Honorable BB.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the session. And also thank you very much, Honorable Minister, DM. Thank you for the comprehensive response to this question. Nongazwile, uzwe kahle, noma bethi iphindiwe nje uzwe kahle ngokuphendula kwakho. Has the department identified and addressed all potential factors that might lead to the future possible delays? Ilombuzo nje DM wami ngoba ngifuna ukuthi njoba bethi iyaphinda thina we do have some follow-up questions. Thank you very much, DM.
But that is not a follow-up question. You are just repeating what I said. It's not
Honorable Makause, order.
It's not
Order,
a follow-up
please.
question.
Order. In the
Don't
end, you
take
become
my
the
questions
EFF
and say
when
you
you
got a
abuse us
follow-up
like
question.
that. Can you please? No, she become the EFF when we start asking her not to be so out of order. Then others stand up and say, I'm abusing the EFF when Makause is abusing us. Yes. Can we?
But it's not abusing us.
Thank you very much.
Us.
Order.
Thank you, Honorable PB, for the compliments and the question as well. Yes, indeed, there are mitigations. We are determined. I think the message that we would want to leave with the honorable members here is that we are determined to finally switch off analog TV broadcasting so that we can move to digital. We are left with 4 provinces. We are doing everything else in our power to make sure that we ramp up installation in those. Already the indication that we are getting is that there's significant progress that we are making in those areas. We are finally going to roll out the set-top boxes and migrate. As I said, the reason why we are giving this set-top for free, there is no obligation. It's a policy decision taken by the government that we must not leave anybody behind because we are a caring government. Everybody must get this so that they are part of the migration. So we're rolling them out. We will soon be finalizing it, and the minister will be announcing the final date of analog switch off.
Point of order.
Thank you very much.
Point of Chair.
Point of order.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Deputy Chairperson. I am aware that I'm probably not the best person to speak on the matter. probably I don't have the authority to do so.
And your point of order is?
I'm just getting to a point. Please be patient with me. I'm getting to a point. Now there's an issue of questions that have been duplicated. I would really want to request the leadership of the NCOP, including the whips of parties, to look into this. Thank you.
Can you allow us to, as the presiding officers, to deal with the issue? Because I already have, Honorable Ryder, I have raised it very competently, and I think it is an issue that we will deal with. So can we?
You know, Deputy Chairperson, you
continue?
are such a squabblist.
It depends on how you raise an issue.
You are such a squabblist.
With our, we continue with our question session? And we are having question 44 as asked by Honorable Ngwenya, and we will request the Deputy Minister to respond thereto.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. And thank you very much to Honorable Ngwenya for the question. Our response is as follows, that we have been informed by the SABC that the main challenge that was identified in the last financial year was the inability of license holders to afford payment of license fees, which were owed, and license fees that are in areas amidst the rising cost of living. This resulted in reduced compliance rates from loyal paying customers and those who are in areas. Although the SABC pursued monthly installments and settlement offers, which were relatively successful at the end of the fiscal year, a reduced appetite towards these opportunities month on month has been observed. In addition to this, there was a high level of dishonored debit orders. Two main processes to address this will be implemented in this financial year. The one is that following the legal opinion that was obtained by the SABC, which of course, as you know, that the board has just been recently appointed, it still has to be finalized by the board. The SABC will implement prescription to TV license fees debts that are older than 3 years. These debts will be written off to make it affordable for license holders to repay lesser debts. The SABC is finalizing the appointment of a supplier to introduce a loyalty rewards program. The program aims to encourage and solicit payments, retain customers by offering rewards to compliance to legislation. However, there are two major challenges that must be addressed to sustain this revenue stream in the long term. The department has commenced with the required process, working with the SABC to remove this challenge. One of the challenges is an outdated TV license legislation. The existing legislation is not aligned to the developments of the broadcasting and debt collection industries and places limitations on improved and effective collection. This challenge will be addressed through the proposals that are contained in the SABC bill. The second is the inadequate technologies to support operational activities. The layout and technology in place in the debt collection industry are far advanced compared to the TV licenses. This requires extensive capital setup cost and annual cost. Therefore, a business decision has been taken to outsource TV license operations to a supplier that has a required updated technology and infrastructure that will enable improved customer service and revenue collection until a funding model has been established. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. There will be a follow-up from the Honorable Ngwenya.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Minister, in the light of the poor revenue collection by the SABC, I want to check that has the board, in consultation with the minister, considered alternative review collection and credit control models for sustainable cash flow. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and thanks for the follow-up, Honorable Ngwenya. Yes, indeed, this is one issue that is on the table of the new board. As we're saying, there is a proposal by the executive of the SABC to get the board to approve these service providers who will deploy their technology to make sure that they accelerate the process of collecting the license fees. But also there is this loyalty program that the executive has proposed to the board to create some incentive for people to pay for their TV licenses. But ourselves in the department going forward, we think that it's not the TV license regime that we have is not a viable option of funding the SABC. I mean, currently we're sitting with a debt of over 44 billion rand that the SABC is not able to collect. And so we need to introduce a new mechanism. And that mechanism will be introduced through the legislation, the SABC bill that will be coming before Parliament to try and introduce a new mechanism of funding, especially the public mandate of the SABC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Gadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, as there has been a long time issue of unpaid television licenses, many citizens feel as if they are not getting the services they pay for as part of the license fee. I would want to know from the Deputy Minister whether the department will offer different rates to business, students, the elderly, and youth in order to make the license fee more affordable to all citizens. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gadebe. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gadebe. I wouldn't want to talk to the details of the proposals that the executive will be bringing to the new board. I'm sure we must allow the board to engage with that and to make their decision and pronounce it publicly. But there are two elements to it that the SABC executive is looking at. One is introducing this loyalty program to make sure that you incentivize people who pay for license fees. And then the second one is, of course, to go out and get the company that has got the required technology to do these follow-ups. So they are looking at that, but I am saying that there should be a long-term intervention to address this. Because as you know, this thing is embedded in the legislation. It's in the Broadcasting Act. So you are limited in terms of what you can do. So the Broadcasting Act of 1999 prescribe how you must collect the TV licenses. And I'm saying things have moved. There's been an introduction of new players in the market. As you know, that the broadcasting landscape has significantly changed. And so you need another mechanism. I'm not sure whether to introduce different rates will be permissible in terms of the current legislation. I doubt if it's gonna be, but as I say, the SABC is looking at those issues in the long term. The SABC will help us. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Mukause.
Thanks, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, Deputy Minister, with all the difficulties of unemployment South Africans are facing, who also find themselves owing TV license, having not kept up with the payments of their TV licenses. And that alone, these TV licenses has actually brought some of them to credit bureaus. Is the sitting government willing to wipe away the TV license debts to ensure that South Africans do not find themselves having listed at the credit bureau due to owing TV licenses? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair and Honorable Mokaus. I think if you listen to our original response to this question, it addresses particularly those issues. That the rising cost of living has resulted in a situation where most of the people are unable to pay for TV license. And part of the proposal that is before the SABC board is to come up with a mechanism to make sure that we introduce this loyalty program. There was also an opinion that was obtained to look at the possibility and the legality, whether if we scrap it, the previous debt, whether it's going to be legal or what, and the SABC is looking at that, and this is a proposal that is being put before the new board. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tim. Honorable Nana. Use the next one.
Come here, come here. Yeah. Come try, yeah. Honorable Nana. Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. I always get nervous when Ambassador Dango calls me next to him. Deputy Minister, thanks a lot for the response. I hear you. You have mentioned incentives and bringing in companies with necessary technologies. But DM, I'm sure you'll agree with me that the solution to the crisis within the state broadcaster lies in addressing its own financial inefficiency by confronting years of mismanagement, referring to it as a historical debt. Like the public resistance to the famous e-tolls in Gauteng, the public might react with regards to the ANC's decision to stand firm on its plan for the SABC to eliminate TV license and rather introduce a new tax law, a household or a public media levy to restore the systematic financial management, considering wasteful expenditure and inflated salaries in salary bills, following the historic collapse of considering an e-toll footprint for the TVs. Now, DM, how will you ensure this levy will be accepted and or implemented in the public domain? Thank you.
Honorable DM.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you to Honorable Nana for the question. The honorable member talks about the previous financial inefficiencies. I think the previous parliament, you will recall that in the National Assembly there was an inquiry on the SABC, and which inquiry came to a conclusion that certain things were done which were not supposed to have been done. So I'm not going to sit there and want to defend what happened in the past, because the past is something that we all know what happened, that even this parliament gotten involved to deal with that. Post that, there was a new board that was appointed CEO management appointed to turn around the SABC. They came up with a turnaround plan presented to Parliament. Parliament agreed with them. There was a bailout, as you know, that was given to the SABC. There were three things that bailout sought to do. One was to address the historical debt, because the SABC was in debt. And two was to invest in critical infrastructure. Three was to get compelling content, because now, especially in television, you know that the market is quite competitive. There are new players in the market. There are even the OTTs that are there. Whether that has succeeded or not is something that the board, because the board has been steering the ship of the SABC, will then report on. We said to them, look at these issues, whether you have succeeded or whether you have not succeeded. But the fundamental question, Honorable Nana, about the SABC is the public mandate versus the commercial activities. The SABC gets over 80% of its fund from commercial activities. And yet it is expected to fund the public service mandate, which is more to fund the public service mandate. So the idea at the point when the Broadcasting Act was enacted was that everybody who owns a television must pay for the TV license so that we can recover the public service mandate. But this has not been successful. As I say, the SABC is owed almost 44 billion. Now, what is the intervention? In our view, the intervention is through this SABC bill, so that the public service mandate of the SABC, because we need to protect the SABC as a public asset, that it must continue to provide public service responsibilities, which must be funded by the public. The modalities are contained in the SABC bill that will provide, that will bring to Parliament, some of which include the household levy that you have spoken about. But there are other funding mechanisms. At the end of the day, after the Parliament has processed, it might come out differently from what we propose. But we think that something must be done to protect the SABC, especially the public service mandate of the SABC. Currently, it's going to continue to experience the financial difficulties that is experiencing. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and thank you to all the honorable members for the questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you very much, and also for the extensive responses that you've been giving. You will not be able to satisfy us all the time. So I just want to repeat, before we will go to the next set of questions, I just want to repeat that there was an occurrence where a member called order and we ruled on that specific point. I just want to remind members in terms of the rules that as soon as there is a ruling, no member is allowed to again call an order on a ruling that was made by the presiding officer. I'm not making it personal. I'm just reminding members because we are more and more experiencing such kind of occurrences. Thank you.
Chairperson, Deputy Chair.
We will continue.
Deputy Chairperson.
We will continue with the question session.
On a point of order.
It will now be public enterprises.
You must come to the house.
That will be,
Deputy
it will now
Chairperson,
be public
I'm rising
enterprises
on a
that we
point
will
of
be
order.
continuing. And we will call the Deputy Minister of Public
I'm rising
Enterprises.
on a point of order.
That is, we will now call the Deputy Minister of Public
I'm
Enterprises
rising on
to
a point
continue
of
with the
order.
question session. In the same vein, I will request the chairperson to continue with the presiding of the House.
Yeah, you are such a squabblist. You must vacate that seat. You are just squabbling there.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
Point of order, Chairperson.
What is the point of order?
Chairperson, you know, I'm not one to disrupt the order of the House, but I rise on a point of insult. I've been insulted by an honorable member, Chairperson.
Yeah,
I stand here today as a member of
no point of
Parliament.
insult, but let's hear you. Let's hear the content of it.
I would like to give you the content. I stand here as a member of Parliament, as do the rest of you. Last week and this week, last week and this week, we've listened to ministers who've had the decency to come and answer personally. And now, today, we get the Deputy Minister on a virtual platform. I feel insulted. Thank you.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, that's not a point of order, members. And I was wondering what this point was about. Honorable members, it has been a long day. I'm sure all of us will agree. And without compromising the debate, can we ensure that no unnecessary delays are caused by us as individual MPs and persons? So I'm pleading that we move with a bit more speed. The next question, honorable members, is question number 45. This is a question on transfer of ESCOM. The person who asked the question is, table the question is Zet Mkiva, and it's directed to the Minister of Public Enterprises. The Deputy Minister is on the virtual platform, so we'll ask him to respond to the question. Please respond. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson of the NCOP, and evening to all honorable members in the House and those who are in the platform. I'm joining the 28 other members who are on the virtual platform. And we did submit apology for the minister who has traveled. And then also myself, I had to be delegated the function whilst I had another event that I was attending in Mpumalanga. So therefore, it's not by any chance an undermining of the House. The response to Honorable Mkiva is that the assignment and roles and responsibilities in terms of shareholder oversight of the state-owned entities is the responsibility of the president, who at the time will then determine the implementation of the related policy developments. The president is on record to have said that he is still applying his mind, and at an opportune time, he will then be giving guidance to some of the functions and responsibilities that he has assigned to the ministers. So he will obviously at that particular point in time do so. He does so guided by the Constitution, section 97 and 98, which from time to time, he might remove certain functions from a particular minister or ministry or department to another department at his own discretion. And therefore, if you go on that sections of the Constitution, it's how it's put. And I think when I deal with another questions around the state-owned entities, it will further explain other work that is being done by the Presidential Advisory Committee on State-Owned Entities in terms of the restructuring of the entirety of the SOEs at that particular point in time. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Mkiva.
No, thank you
Honourable-
very much, Chair.
Honourable Chair, before the Honourable Mukiva, I'm just standing on a
Person,
point
and,
of order.
Let me express my
Honorable
appreciation.
Mkiva,
at the-
just a minute. Just a minute.
Thank
Yes,
you,
Honourable member.
Honourable Chair.
Yes, I am on the platform, but I see that there is a disruptor on the floor.
Maybe you must open your ears.
Honourable Mkiva, please wait for a minute. Let's hear this point of order. Yeah. What's the point of order?
Honourable Chair, does the other honourable member know that I'm standing on a point of order?
Yes,
Because
what's
it
the
seems he
point of
doesn't.
order? Yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm disturbed, with the Deputy Minister. I don't know if he didn't get the official background for Parliament, because it's very disturbing to look into his kitchen curtain the whole time behind him. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, I make a plea one more time. Let's try and save as much time as possible. And we can only do that by conducting ourselves in a manner that is fairly positive. That seeks to ensure progress. Honourable Mkiva.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you for that explanation, Deputy Minister. My follow-up question is in relation to the policy. Are there any official documents? Are there any official policy documents to give effect to the transfer of ESCOM to the Department of Minerals and Energy in particular? If not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details that are in place, Deputy Minister? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks to the follow-up by Honorable Mkiva. Currently we are, and I think it will be arising also on another question that is related, that there is an enabling legislation that has been developed and it's now towards going to Parliament for tabling. And I think that will then guide as a policy at the particular point that looks at the entirety of all SOEs, including ESCOM, and then obviously this matter will also be responded to by the Presidential Advisory Committee on State-owned entities, who also are making certain proposals that I will highlight later in the other question again that is also related, but policy is being developed and certainly it will be coming to Parliament for processing. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We'll proceed to Honorable Labuskakne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Deputy Minister, ever since the appointment of the new Minister of Electricity, there has been a widespread report of disharmony over responsibilities with the Minister of Energy and Public Enterprises. Can you, as the Deputy Minister, inform this House on what has been the major sticking points in the allocation of responsibilities across the three portfolios? And do you or the Minister have any solutions to resolve the impasse? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Well, obviously you don't give what are the details in the impasse. However, what I know is that the three ministries are being engaged by the president, and in terms of his application, as I earlier alluded, in terms of responsibilities that will then go to the new ministry. And the president said he's still applying his mind, and at a given time, he will definitely be coming in. The three ministers are working together. Yes, obviously there will be areas of engagements and that sometimes they spill over into the public sphere, but they are working together well. They do engage in meetings and there's no fights that are going on in there. But probably, obviously, once responsibilities have been assigned clearly, defined clearly, whatever is the misgivings or things that probably people are reading in the public will disappear because everyone will know what is the responsibility of each in terms of policy, functions, and whatever the president is going to be deciding and announcing.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister. The possible transfer of ESCOM would result in the shifting of financial responsibility to another department. I would like to know what impact would this have on the Department of Mineral and Energy's budget if it were to take ESCOM as an entity, and if the Deputy Minister view the transfer as a relief on the part of public enterprise. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Deputy Minister.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a relief, Honorable Hadebe. We were already working very hard to ensure that ESCOM comes back as a functional entity, fit for the purpose, after the many things that have happened around it, including the state capture, which we cannot undermine its impact on why it ended up where it is today. And also the unbundling of ESCOM. We have already started engaging on as public enterprise with the transmission company already established, and then busy now with the distribution and going towards generation. So we are working to ensure therefore that ESCOM is a functional entity. So there's no relief element, but if it does go, that's the wisdom and the dictate of the president. And wherever it goes, we are still one government who will work and then cooperate on whatever goes to the new ministry and whatever remains in public enterprise. So let's not predict that element until it's done. And the president will then be doing that, as I said, in the transfer of functions, section 97, he does give a constitutional guidance, and also the legislation that is there will also be used to ensure that that happens harmoniously without any impact that might be negative around the transfer of functions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. The crisis in South Africa is a crisis of the ANC leadership, which is unable to assemble a capable team of people to bring about the necessary stability to ESCOM. How will these developments differ from the others which the ministry has attempted before? Also, we'd like to know, how come the Minister of Public Enterprises never comes to the NCOP when is expected? Is he undermining this house? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. The minister, I think, has an apology. I hope it was read earlier at the beginning of the meeting. He has traveled because of a particular issue in Transnet, which is the locomotives that unfortunately were part of the investigations during the state capture. 1,064 of them are in the country, but we can't use them. And yet the locomotive industry needs them so that it can enable the economic activity. So he is not on holiday. He has traveled to China to find a way of resolving that issue. That is why he is not here in the house today. But I don't know when you say he has never appeared before the NCOP. I don't have information about that. And then I think the accusation might not be as correct, but obviously we'll follow up on that issue. The issues of the people we deploy in the boards and also the people we deploy in management, they are competent South Africans. You can look at their credible CVs that are so impressive. But as you said, that sometimes something else will then occupy space and distract them or even affect them, like the issue of the state capture. And I think if it was not the state capture, some of the state entities will not be where they are. And in the public enterprise, as you know, out of the 6 entities, 5 of them were almost crippled by the state capture. So the issue of corruption, state capture is a very serious, it's not a question of leadership, it's not issues of governance. Yes, governance issues do come here and there, but we think that South Africans are competent, and the teams that are put in, we hope, will then steer the ship and ensure therefore that the all state-owned entities do deliver on their mandate, a developmental agenda of this country, where as a developmental state, we are able then to ensure that they are a catalyst in the economic growth, economic enabling, and the transformation of the economy, and providing the services that they ought to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We'll proceed, honorable members, to question 54. This question is on policies on whistleblowing. Questions from Honorable Nana to the Minister. We will therefore ask the Deputy Minister to respond. Please respond, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The department has a comprehensive framework that deals with fraud and corruption issues. There is an approved governance framework that includes, amongst others, the whistleblowing policy, whistleblowing procedure, and whistleblowing hotline, with various mechanisms of reporting malfeasance, for example, through anonymous calls, SMS, emails, and WhatsApp. The whistleblowing policy is supplemented by the fraud and corruption prevention strategy, policy and implementation plan. The department also has an ethics and expenditure control committee, which reports to EXCO on a quarterly basis, and whose duty is to monitor and discuss investigative progress made on reported cases. The committee will subsequently provide guidance and make consequence recommendations to the EXCO on whatever needs to be done. All the reporting platforms used by the department for potential whistleblowers have an anonymous reporting option, and the whistleblowing policy makes it clear that the department will preserve confidentiality and provides guarantee to the whistleblower that their identity will not be disclosed under any circumstances whatsoever. Through various awareness initiatives, employees are informed of their right to confidentiality when reporting malfeasance and their protected right as outlined in the Protected Disclosure Act of 2000. The department has therefore taken it upon itself to put in place the necessary measures to protect whistleblowers whose identity or that of their families has been compromised. So the second part of the question is, how many cases were brought to the attention? To the total of 5 whistleblowing cases were resolved, both internally and through the Office of the Public Service Commission. And the last question says, steps taken in each case. One anonymous case was investigated and uncovered a mild form of sexual harassment, which warranted corrective action. Corrective action was applied in addition to awareness of the sexual harassment policy to DPE officials. One other anonymous case of unethical conduct in relation to the recruitment process was investigated by the Office of the Public Service Commission. A disciplinary process against the official is still unfolding. And 3 anonymous cases of irregular appointments were investigated, and the department is currently in process of implementing the recommendations contained in the report. We hope more of such reports will then be uncovered so that we could act on them. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Nana.
Probably in 2024, I'll be sitting in this seat.
Yeah. If the table can also look at the assisting Honorable Nana.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, it's a pity that the minister is not here really, because this question was largely directed at him, but I will try and adapt it so that you can try and respond. In February 2023, the former CEO of ESCOM, Mr. Andre de Ruyter, made startling revelations about the extent of corruption at the utility. He further made even more damning allegations of the involvement of 2 members of the cabinet involved in criminal cartels, stealing 1 billion rands a month. And he did bring this to the minister's attention. Deputy Minister, the minister is on record confirming that indeed, Mr. Director did bring this to his attention. For the longest time in the select committee meetings and other platforms, I have believed the minister, I have given the minister the benefit of doubt, believing his assertions that he was anti-corruption and he will continue the fight against state capture. At the tail end of former President Zuma's tenure, Minister Gordhan was an inspiration to many of us for bravery he displayed in calling him out. I'm afraid, honorable members, like many South Africans, all of that confidence has evaporated. The minister's failure to act on such serious allegations constitute complicity. Now, DM, did the minister not act on these allegations because they implicated senior members of the cabinet and instead chose to prioritize the unity of the ANC? Why should South Africans ever believe his commitment in the fight against corruption? He once told us to join the dots. All those dots now point to him. Will he ever consider resigning? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nana. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much. I just want to point out that as the African National Congress, we do have programs and very serious about fighting corruption and wherever it happens, irrespective of who is involved. And I think that posture will continue to be. And investing corruption, we know, takes longer because it's a collusion of 2 people or a group of people that gets involved until there's a fallout between the 2 groups or 3 groups or syndicates. It's only when revelations will come to the fore. It does not mean we'll then cover anybody or protect anybody. And I think the ANC policies on this speaks for themselves, and South Africans believe in us as the African National Congress that corruption is something that we will not tolerate. However, on the issues that we are raising in relation to the former CEO of ESCOM having raised the matter with the Minister of Public Enterprise, and also the minister not acting or acting, we do not know. The SCOPA is in the processes of the matter itself, and the former CEO has appeared. The minister was supposed to be appearing this week. He has requested postponement of the hearing so that he could also personally appear before SCOPA so that he could then answer for himself. And some of the issues we are raising, he will be able to answer them within the parliamentary systems that are there. And SCOPA has an appointment with the minister, and I think he will then answer. So any consideration of anybody resigning before they answer for themselves, I don't think it's not a matter to be followed on this platform, but let's wait for those responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lamini.
In light of the important role which whistleblowers play in raising the alarm against unethical acts and practices in government departments, which measures has the minister put in place in his department to ensure that their disclosures result in prosecutions and that they are protected from harm?
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Lamin, as I was responding to the questions in its length, I did indicate the policies that are in place. I'm not going to repeat them. And also the systems that are there, which provides for anonymity through the SMS, emails, and WhatsApp. And also I spoke about the fraud and corruption prevention strategy that guides and with its policy and the implementation plan that the department has. And in addition, the department has Ethics and Expenditure Control Committee, which I also alluded to earlier. And I then gave examples of also a reliance on the Protected Disclosure Act when and the need arises. And I've alluded to a number of few cases that are there. And I think those systems are watertight, and we think we don't need to put any extra measures, but definitely to encourage more and more whistleblowers to come forward. And so far, no one in the department has been exposed because of the tightness of the systems, and therefore the staff in the DPE are free really to report on, so that we could really stamp out any form of corruption or wrongdoing that might be cited. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nzube.
No, thanks, Chair. We are comfortable with the response of the Minister, Chair. There's no need for us to raise any.
Thank you very much. Yes. We'll move on to Honorable Dwight.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on 11 February 2023, Minister Lamola said, and I'm quoting, "We are working hard to tighten the laws to protect whistleblowers. We are confident that the media will be important partners in this process, and we need to work together to ensure that the government and companies implicated by whistleblowers are held accountable." He goes further to say that the media can also continue exposing those who victimize good citizens and who blow the whistle on corrupt and unethical practices. Close quote. Now, Deputy Minister, have you noticed any changes, or have you received any proposals from the Department of Justice or Minister Lamola since 11 February 2023 that suggest greater protection for whistleblowers? And if not, will you commit to engage with the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services on this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Dwight. We are aware of those particular changes that the minister has proposed, and the processes are unfolding at the cabinet level towards them being acceptable by the cabinet. And then at a given time, the minister will definitely come out to say, since February 2023, this is now finalized, and this is the measures that are going to be put in place to protect the whistleblowers. Indeed, whatever are the gaps that were realized, including some of them being exposed and killed in certain parts of our country, it necessitated, obviously, the Minister of Justice really to then begin to react by proposing. And we therefore hope, therefore, that there will have to come a time when those measures will then protect everybody and ensuring that whistleblowers are not exposed and then harassed and intimidated, as is the case, or killed for that particular matter, because our measures were not as tight. And hoping therefore that at the point when the minister announced, we will then know. And as to when, obviously, that's what I will then have to follow through the ministry, that we are able then to say this matter is urgent, and I think we need to move faster, because a lot of complaints from whistleblowers, I think, are known, have been published, and it is our concern, all of us as South Africans, that they are not as highly protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next question, honorable members, is question 46. The question is on ESCOM leading market of choice. The question is from Honorable Bibi, and it's directed to the minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. ESCOM is currently experiencing high levels of generation plant failure, which is resulting in load shedding within South Africa. Despite this, ESCOM remains the dominant power utility in Southern Africa and in Africa as a whole, due to its sheer size relative to other African utilities and technological advancements. Similarly, the transmission and distribution systems of ESCOM and municipalities in South Africa are more expansive and supply orders of magnitude which consists of more customers than any other African country. And I think you all know that the expansive program of the former President Nelson Mandela of connecting every village, every household, and every informal settlement and every house in South Africa is at 95%. Therefore, these customers are as expansive and than any other African country. You go to other African countries, the situation is not the same as here. Generation strategy as ESCOM unbundles from a vertically integrated utility into independent entities is to support South Africa's economic growth and its objective. I'm not gonna read everything on the table, however, to indicate, as the table is summarizing, the installed generation capacity and electricity demands of countries in SADC. We have looked at a few countries, Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe as comparison to South Africa. And obviously, because of the magnitude of the customers that we have in South Africa and having expanded the network to reach almost everybody, we have a capacity shortage of 3,585, whereas when you look at other countries, it's only Angola and Tanzania and Zambia who have an excess capacity. Angola with 2,000, and then Mozambique at 106, and then Tanzania at 128 capacity, and Zambia at 388. So, but the rest of others, they have constraints which are lower than what is in South Africa. And then just to give an example, Botswana is 39 capacity shortage. And that is why they will not experience the similar challenges as we have in South Africa. It's just by way of runabout, because it's a question that is submitted to Parliament. It will then indicate on the graph. ESCOM has significantly reduced its export to its neighboring countries due to the power constraints being experienced in South Africa, which is a source of frustration to those countries that I've indicated that have shortages. They relied and were no longer able to supply, several of which have traditionally depended on ESCOM for a significant portion of their power requirements. Despite this, ESCOM remains the preeminent utility in Africa and is well respected at a technical level by its international peers. An indication of this is the large number of study tours undertaken by African utilities to ESCOM on an annual basis to undergo training and obtain technical support. And as I conclude, Chair, the current performance of the coal fleet is significantly low, and ESCOM recovery plan aims to improve the reliability and predictability of the fleet so that along with the just energy transition, we gradually decarbonize the generation space so that ESCOM will again be able to support South Africa's economy and growth objectives. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Bibi.
Very much, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you for your comprehensive response to my question. Honorable Deputy Minister, are the partnerships between ESCOM and other SADC and African countries in the energy sector? And how are they assisting South Africa in terms of addressing the current energy crisis? Thank you very much, DM. I know you'll answer me correctly so that everybody can hear what you're going to say. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much, Honorable Bibi. Yes, we have what you call the SADC pool purchase. Those countries that have excess will then sell whatever is the excess into the pool. And then any country that needs from the pool will then be able to go and purchase. But as you can see the graph, only 4 countries have excess in the SADC region, and their excess is very little in comparison to what we are asking as South Africa, because our energy availability factor, it's almost at 4,000, in demand, and those countries can only pull together less than 4,000, as you can see. Hence our own challenges of load shedding whilst we are going through rebuilding and then also ensuring that the reliability and the energy availability is there. But the SADC remains available for us, but whatever we get there is not enough to help us out of the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister. Given the current challenges at ESCOM, whereby it is alleged that a criminal syndicate is operating behind the scenes to force ESCOM's supply chain to procure from certain suppliers, I would like to know how the department plans to bring about the end of this racketeering and restore ESCOM to its once market-leading position. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much. And I think I welcome the question, Honorable Hadebe. It's true that those criminal syndicates do exist. And the police have established a specialized unit that is deployed particularly to Mpumalanga, where majority of the coal mines are, so that they can then begin to go deeper in effecting arrest and ensuring that the criminal syndicate is ended. It is there in many forms and varieties. For example, I met with the original equipment manufacturers who were telling me that the syndicates have come to them that don't allow ESCOM to come directly to you. We will be an in-between between yourself and an ESCOM. For a part that is costing 10,000 rands, they will then charge ESCOM 300,000. Or a part that is costing 1,000 rands, they will charge it 19,000 or 20,000 rand for that matter. So even the figures and that have been inflated in the name of localization are bearing and scary as a result of the way the syndicates operate. And I then asked the original equipment manufacturers, why are you not just ignoring and sell? They say they are threatening our lives because they visit them even in their house and say, do you want to die? If you want to die, this is it. And we hope therefore that a lot of these reports can go to the police, and I did encourage them really to also report to the police. But then also we are looking at, as a last response, Rentalk. Rentalk is a company that is owned by ESCOM. It used to be doing maintenance of ESCOM, doing it well all these years. It's just sitting there idling because something happened during the state capture where certain officials of ESCOM resigned and then formed their own company, and it became a service provider outsourced and no longer using Rentalk. And we therefore are now beginning to engage how to repurpose Rentalk and then begin to go into this particular issue and then see if those contracts cannot be terminated, or if not, then when they end, Rentalk must be ready to be the choice of a service provider internally, not outsourced to other people who are charging this extra amounts. So we hope therefore that with the police there and us also activating Rentalk, we'll then be able to then tighten up the screws so that maintenance of the infrastructure is done internally and professionally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. With Treasury having barred ESCOM from new investments in new generation as part of the debt takeover announcement in the February budget, the market dominance of ESCOM in generation of both local and regional electricity needs is all but over. Why
then is the government continuing to rely on an outdated integrated resource plan that proposes new investment in nuclear built programs and gas operated electricity generation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. I think you know that the 2019 energy mix integrated strategy does call for all use of available energy sources that can be made available, and that include gas, it include nuclear, it includes renewables, and then also coal, until the transition is managed towards low carbon type of systems. So we are following the policy of government. It's nothing new. It's a strategy that was adopted in 2019. So don't look at it as if it's new. Probably the focus has been on one source of energy, probably coal, and then we neglected the others. And as you know that we have one nuclear plant in South Africa, Unit 1 and Unit 2 of Quebec. They are now under maintenance, and soon they'll be coming up the streams, refurbished for additional few years once those repurposing has happened. So we'll be looking at all use of gas whilst definitely transiting, but transiting within managing the crisis so that load shedding ends, but at the same time, transiting knowing that we have obligations that we have signed, that we need to go to the renewables. But renewables, even when we have transited, they will still need a load-based nuclear and coal. And we'll then have to look at the technologies that are available there. The clean coal technology can then be looked at so that we are able to be compliant, and then so that the low carbon emissions is the target that we're still able to reach, but with us not having load shedding and being able to still provide services for South Africa and to its economy to grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Luthuli.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Mphathiswa womnyango, uyabona yini ukuthi u-Eskom ubonakala ulahlekelwa isizumbulu sezimali futhi awubonakali uzokwazi to repay its loan without government support, and is still unable to guarantee secure supply of electricity to the country. Nokwenza lokho kwenze umnotho ungakuboni ukukhula. Uyakwazi ukubona amanye amazwe esingakwazi ukuhlangana nawo to bring energy ibe stable, when this department ibonakala ihluleka to service the basic needs of South Africa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think all programs are geared to ensure that we fix what went wrong in Eskom, and including the old power stations that are just about to go out of service because of the decommissioning. And we're looking at other alternative methods that other nations have also looked at when they were hit by this type of a crisis, like India. We're taking lessons from them. And it's a crisis that we're acknowledging, it's a crisis that we know it exists. But we can assure that all those programs will definitely yield results soon, where we are able to reduce the load shedding intensity from where it is to a lower levels until we are able to end load shedding. I'm not going to put timeframes here. The Minister of Electricity and Eskom have met. They've now reconciled their timetables, and I think they've already articulated on them. We'll definitely be able to get out of this crisis soon. And South Africans are assured that, yes, it's a painful process, it's a painful exercise, including the monies that Eskom needs. We will then be looking at, as we unbundle Eskom, the new companies, and then see if with them we'll be able then to see where the money is needed, where the money is going, and then be able then really perfect the service delivery in South Africa on energy availability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We now proceed to question 41. This question is on Eskom. Sorry, this question 41 is on viability of SOEs, viability of SOEs from Honorable Detroit to the Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much for the question, Honorable Detroit. The President State-Owned Enterprises Council, as we call it, PSEC, is mandated by the President to determine the viability of SOEs by determining which SOE should be repurposed, consolidated, or disposed of, and assist in stabilizing SOEs in crisis. The PSEC has not made final recommendations as yet on which SOE should be repurposed, consolidated, or disposed of, as your question is asking. And once that information has been finalized, it will be indicated. PSEC has developed a criteria to determine which SOEs should be repurposed, consolidated, or disposed of. In assessing the status and viability of SOEs, two of the core considerations that need to be determined are, firstly, whether or not a particular SOE is strategic, and secondly, whether or not a particular SOE is in crisis. 4 conditions need to be met for an entity to be deemed strategic. The conditions are as follows. 1, the function provided by the SOE is not adequately or appropriately provided by the private sector. And if indeed there's such, then obviously it will then be determined whether it continues for repurposing or we are disposing of it. There needs to be a natural monopoly in the industry or sector. The SOE operates in it. Disruption of the SOE's activities will have a high economic impact. And then 5, the SOE's function is critical for developmental purpose and for developmental agenda and for the state security. On the other hand, in determining whether or not an SOE is in crisis, both financial and non-financial considerations are assessed. Financial indications that point to an entity being in crisis include the entity carrying an unsustainable debt burden, 2, the entity being unable to make payments on their debts when they are due, and 3, the entity having a negative cash flow or negative equity over a sustained period. The non-financial indicators that point to an entity being in crisis include the entity having experienced serious governance breaches, the presence of procurement corruption within the entity, or the entity continually being ineffectively managed and thus continually exhibiting operational non-delivery. PSEC is in a process of evaluating all these SEs in line with the criteria to determine whether they should be repurposed, consolidated, or disposed of. Any further announcements on the PSEC's final recommendations will be made by the presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, DM, for the answer. DM, knowing that the state capture has been taking place for years and years, and seeing the impact of state capture and mismanaging in all state enterprises and on the economy, why would you say have government taken so long to get to the decision of considering which of these SOEs to privatize, and when will PSEC be finished with their report? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much. I think they are so very much advanced towards concluding. That is why the preliminary report were able to deduct from it as to what is it that they are doing. But they are outstanding on the recommendations going forward. But also they've, as I will be dealing with it in another question, have also recommended the establishment of a holding company, which I will then give the details in, because there's a question that is directed to it, to indicate that work is almost towards conclusion. And then definitely, as soon as they are done, the president will announce, but the president also is on record to have said that by the time this work is done, after elections, the Department of Public Enterprise will be no more, because in it, there will be a replacement, not of a department, but whatever is being recommended by the presidential state-owned entity committee, which will then be able then to tell us how to do. And we're taking lessons from China, Singapore, and South Korea, who also did the very same thing of re-evaluating their SOEs and then repurposing them. And in the repurposing, now they are back on life and then they are really responding to the needs of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nana.
It's interesting that my mic was quickly fixed when I made that statement over there. But anyway, Deputy Minister, President Cyril Ramaphosa has made comments to the effect that SOEs will be transferred to line ministries and the Department of Public Enterprises will be removed as a standalone executive authority. And we have just confirmed that. DM, the problem is that transferring SOEs to line ministries is simply kicking the can down the road. We cannot afford further experiments aligned to an already failed ideology. I have numerous times in the past in this House, DM, called for the dissolution of DPE. Thank goodness, sanity seems to have prevailed. Again, DM, in the past, I have made a point in this House that it is about time government counts its losses, exit business, and allow business to do what they know best. And that is to run profitable business free of ANC-aligned elite. Why does the minister not act swiftly to hasten exit of government from business and allow business to take over SOEs? After all, the Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital Technology who came before you reluctantly admitted in this House about 2 hours ago that privatization of post office in Japan has worked. Thank you, DM.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much. The ideological failure is not a correct statement. The developmental agenda, particularly of us as South Africa, is fundamental. There are areas where the markets are failing, and I think we just have to agree and accept that where markets fails, the state has a role to play in the economic activity and intervene by way of ensuring that state-owned entities protects the vulnerable, the poor, and the working class. And therefore, that ideological posture that we said it's failed, I don't agree with you. And let's take countries like South Korea, they still have state-owned entities and they're doing well economically, where the state continuously provides certain services that if you take them to the private sector, they'll be too expensive for the ordinary masses. And I don't think this is what we are calling for, that therefore that all services must be provided for by private sector, because private sector chases profits and they will not be able to protect the ordinary and those. And then Malaysia is another, Singapore is another, even France in Europe and Germany, go there and study their models. They still have those state-owned entities that provide these particular services. I don't know which ideological element that you are now beginning to criticize and say is wrong, it's an old, but whereas other people still believe in it, and South Africa, we do believe in it. A developmental agenda has not yet been fulfilled in South Africa and will continue in that course and in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lihihi. Honorable Lihihi. So it just seems as if we'll have to move on. Honorable Mamurobela. Honorable Mamurobela, we will pass.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm here.
Okay, please proceed.
I am satisfied with the response by the Minister, Chair. For now, I don't have a question on that one.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That takes us forward. Honorable members, we now move to
Chairperson,
question
can we
55.
take the question of Honorable Lihi?
No, but you're late. We're already on question 55.
Can you please allow us? There's only one chairperson. I don't know the others, why there's choir. Chair, can we just quickly take?
Maybe, okay. Let's give you a benefit of the doubt here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The poor performance by almost all state-owned enterprises should not surprise South Africans, as this minister, along with the ruling party in its entirety, has deliberately weakened the state in a dramatic fashion and killed off any aspirations for a state-led developmental program in this country. Deputy Minister, which recent steps of interventions have you taken to ensure that the private sector will not occupy state-owned enterprises? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much. I think when the report by the public presidential SOE's committee comes on board around the repurposing, we'll be able to indicate where the repurposing will happen. And then be able to assure you that, obviously, as I said earlier, that the developmental state agenda is continuing and will continue. And some of the state-owned entities, once they are repurposed under a new environment, will make sure, therefore, that they perform to the maximum with efficiency. And then things that had occurred, such as the state capture, will not then be allowed to, because the systems will have been tightened. So I think the commission is doing well, and I think once the report is released by the president, it will therefore be giving indicators on which one that will definitely be protected from the private sector, and then I think I've already alluded to that work, and let's just wait for the report to be released. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Honorable members, we now proceed to the next question. And that question is question 55. Number 55. And the question is on cyanide-laced poisoning. It's from Honorable Nana to the minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Nana, the answer is very short. The minister heard from the media about the poisoning of the chief executive officer of ESCOM. He then approached the board to ask them if they were reported on the matter and what they've done. And the board of ESCOM then informed the minister that the CEO had indicated that he will conduct a private investigation on this matter. So unfortunately, we do not have that report as to what is revealed in the private investigation, and is no more in ESCOM. I do not know whether he will be making it public at a given point, and therefore we cannot answer on that question. But the board had given us that answer at the time when the minister acted.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nana. Please proceed.
Join me, Honorable Nana. Join me, I'll give you the form of the aid.
Deputy Minister, I do realize that Andre Director is no longer in the employ of ESCOM.
And we don't want to.
But I will at the tail end of my question tell you where the danger lies, despite the fact that he's not at ESCOM anymore. As you now know, that the information now points to the fact that Mr. Director was poisoned by coffee from a coffee machine that was recently serviced, and the deadly poison is apparently now known. If this is true and there is such sufficient information that could lead to an arrest, why is there so little progress? What has the minister done to ensure that his colleague, Minister Cele, does not sit on his hands and give this serious case the serious attention it deserves? And how can, and here comes the point I made earlier, how can any serious candidate for the position of ESCOM CO have confidence that he or she won't be targeted by doing the right thing to root out corruption and turning the power utility around? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. It seems like Honorable Nana knows some things that we do not know. And I'm not going to be responding to speculation as such. I don't even know whether Minister Cele has a case. He knows Honorable Nana there. And because Honorable, Andre de Ruyter had even refused to be vetted throughout the term of office and said he does not trust the state apparatus. Now, when the matter of the poisoning happens, he also refused to say, I'll go private and I will go to the private sector. So let him release the report so that if indeed there are people who are known to have done that wrongdoing, then let the report indicate, and we'll then see if the minister is sitting on the report, Minister of Police, if there's any minister sitting on the report. For now, I think it's just speculation, Honorable Chair. I have already answered that question, that he decided to go private because he seems to be not trusting the state institutions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Lamin.
Thank you. Whether the Deputy Minister is of the opinion that the attempted poisoning of the former Chief Executive Officer of ESCOM was staged in order to capitalize on fear. If so, why? If no, why not? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Lamin. Because we don't have the contents of the outcome of the report. However, any poisoning is serious, obviously, on any South African by anybody, and that needs to be condemned and then discouraged. So that if probably it was these syndicates that are operating outside and inside of ESCOM, maybe wanting something that he was blocking, any other person that comes in, we need to ensure that they are protected so that we clean corruption, we route it out, and then ESCOM is free of corruption, and we're able then to have the service of ESCOM being provided for electricity availability. But obviously, that matter will then be dependent on what is contained in the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, I would like to know whether the department regards Mr. de Ruyter as a whistleblower. If yes, what protection is the department giving to Mr. de Ruyter and other possible whistleblowers in combating the criminal elements at ESCOM? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Hatebe. I will not know whether de Ruyter is a whistleblower or not. He has appeared before Parliament already. He has given a report which is questionable also under circumstances. He is refusing to reveal certain information that has been asked to reveal. And so he's keeping everybody in the dark. A whistleblower will go out and really reveal any wrongdoing by anybody without fear, but obviously with an understanding that should be any threats on him, he will definitely be enjoying whatever privileges of whistleblowers that we have. And then with the strengthening of whistleblower protection that the minister will be of justice will be announcing. As a South African, definitely the state is obliged to do so. But for now, I do not know whether it's a whistleblower or not a whistleblower. And I just hope what he says is an alleging, he can reveal the names and the people and the syndicates.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngwenya.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Minister, in the light of the admission by the former head of the ESCOM that he reported the matter to the police, was there any expectation from him for you to act further? And if so, what exactly was he expected to you? And what did you do? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngwenya. When the minister wanted to act and then he was in the employ of ESCOM, rightfully so the minister acted. And then the board came and say he decided to give the case to a private investigation. I do not know whether he has already opened a case based on the information that he might have got from the private investigation. So it's now out of our control because he is no longer part of the employee, but he decided not to use internal processes. So if a person denies your internal process and doesn't want to recognize them, doesn't want to use them, it becomes a very difficult issue for a minister then to come in and deal with the issues that are found in a report, but we do not have such a report up to now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we'll now move on to question 47. This is a question from Honorable Modise. Please proceed. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
No. Let the minister respond first.
Yeah, that's how it works. I saw your face was looking at Honorable Modise and I wasn't sure whether it's me coming in. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The President indicated at the State of the Nation address that PSEC, which is a Presidential State-Owned Entity Commission, has recommended that South Africa adopt a centralized shareholder, and I think I did allude to it in the previous question. The central shareholder model for the management and oversight of the SOEs, which itself, once is in place, is going to be replacing the Department of Public Enterprises, as earlier alluded. In furtherance of this model, PSEC has recommended that South Africa should create a holding company called Holdco to house strategic state-owned companies, those that we say they remain strategic and they ought to be protected, and they will all go into that holding company. And then there will be commission that will then oversee the company and only reporting and accounting to the president. The main benefits of a centralized shareholder model for the SOE management and oversight are: one, separation of the state's ownership functions from its policy making and regularity or supervisory functions to help avoid or minimize potential conflicts of interest. Two, minimizing of the scope for political interference and bringing greater professionalism to the state ownership role by pooling specialized capabilities and scarce resources. Three, promotion of greater coherence and consistency in applying corporate governance standards and in exercising the state's ownership role across all SOEs. Four, to manage state assets in a way that protects shareholder value. And lastly, to achieve greater transparency and accountability in SOE operations through better oversight and performance monitoring. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. That was a question on the configuration of SOEs. Honorable Modise.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. As the Deputy Minister is aware, there has been some policy suggestion on the need for reconfiguration of the governance and the operating model of the state-owned enterprises. What is the position and the progress in this regard? And how investigate a reconfiguration going to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability, and a good governance in a state-owned companies? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As I said, Honorable Modise, in the previous questions, that there is a legislation that will be able to articulate effectively on some of the issues that you are raising of good governance, of operating models, efficiency, accountability, by the holding company that is going to be established. And that legislation will also indicate how the holdco will be functioning and accounting even to Parliament itself and accounting to the nation. And this legislation will be coming into Parliament. And I think at the point when it comes in, probably it might be Tax 76, hopefully, I hope, so that both houses can also look at it, whether it does answer to some of the issues we have seen and experienced, the bad ones in particular, and whether the good ones are kept in the legislation and further good ones are being proposed. That will really give a relief to everybody and assurance to everybody that now we are in the right direction with state-owned entities that are going to be focusing on the developmental agenda and the aspirations of the country towards achieving that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Dwight.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Deputy Minister, thank you for the answer. But I think what's happened now in you responding to our questions is the fact that it's clear that the minister, the deputy minister, and the ministry has failed in their mandate to play an effective oversight role over the SOEs. The fact that the holding company will be created to play that oversight, to fulfill that role, makes your role null and void. And Deputy Minister, if you can perhaps tell South Africa, if you agree with the fact that it's the minister and the deputy minister's fault that SOEs has failed dismally in South Africa as a result of failure of playing an effective oversight role and leaving SOEs for almost 30 years to hang itself to the extent where they need to close down, some of them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much. I wouldn't agree with you that any minister or a deputy minister has failed in this instance. Let's look at the external factors that we are avoiding and we do not want to confront, and they are there in the reports. Go and read the state capture by Zondo Commission. It will reveal all that has really gone wrong in some of the state-owned entities to a level where they went towards collapse. And we are here reviving them, preparing them, and ensuring that by the time the HODCO come, they will be fit for the purpose, and then they will be inheriting something that is now on the positive growth. And obviously, we still have to deal with a lot of challenges and the people that have wronged and they did wrong things in those activities. So you can't blame a ministry, and then you can't blame a deputy minister or a minister in this particular instance. Is unfair. And I don't know what assessment did you do to then arrive at that particular conclusion. And because we are not even providing it here, except just remarks as you did. And I will then therefore not agree with you, but those external factors are serious. And then besides state capture and corruption, there's an issue that is confronting the neglect in the maintenance generally of the state-owned entities, but that maintenance is becoming very expensive with vandalization of the infrastructure, the theft of the cabling, and the scrap metals, being the beneficiaries with the law that has even banned scrap metals for 6 months to prevent it from, but it continues unabated. South Africans do no longer have fear of just stealing, and it's a societal issue. And I will not then blame society and say all these things are happening because society is quiet, but we ought to then work together as a country, as people, to really ensure, therefore, that going forward, all those things do not happen, and we're able to prevent it from happening, and then we're able to have the state-owned entities that are fit for the purpose, that are able to realize our aspirations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leahy.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll be taking Honorable Leahy's question. Deputy Minister, almost all South African state-owned companies are characterized by growing debts, dysfunctional management, no consequence management, and this has been going on for almost a decade and a half now. All this indicative of a deep problem of political incompetence on the part of the ruling party. Does the Deputy Minister, and we will protect you for this answer, agree that the only solution left to truly enhance efficiency is to remove the ANC government from power, as it is responsible for the rapid degeneration of state-owned enterprises? Thank you.
I will not agree with, thank you, Honorable Chair. I will not agree with you. The ANC remains a relevant body in society, a tool that South Africans still need to really pursue the agenda of ensuring a better life for all. And the ANC is still there to ensure that whatever wrongdoing that might have happened by a few individuals, not everybody in the ANC, were able to deal with that. The implementation of the Zondo Commission is what you will then begin to see some few months going down the line. And then we'll then ensure, therefore, that we can see that we're acting on any person in the ANC who might have done wrongdoing. But then to brush everybody in the ANC as like everybody who has stolen, it's not correct, and it's not what we want to tell South Africans to be. The ANC, therefore, will not agree with your conclusion. Yes, there have been challenges. We do not hide because we can't mask the truth. We need to tell the truth where wrong things have happened, and we're able to do so. And also the dysfunctionality is created by individuals you trust, you put in, and later they then tend to do certain things and they got captured along the way. And then obviously those individuals will face the music if indeed identified and then pointed to have done that. The other debt, obviously, there's been under budgeting of the state-owned entities. If you compare to what other nations have done, when they were in trouble, other nations repurposed them, as already we are indicating in this report of the PSEC that the president will be publishing once it's finalized. And in the repurposing, they were able to reinvigorate and then repurpose them. And then they are now part of the enabling participants in the economy, in the growth of the economy in those particular nations. And they themselves had faced similar challenges, and there will be a period when such happens, but what is it that you do with whatever has happened to correct and ensure therefore that everything is lined up for a better future and a brighter future? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Paternoster.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, it might be useful for you to also note that in this House that that Minister Zikilala is yet to attend any portfolio committee meeting in Parliament since his appointment on the 6th of March. And we're very concerned about it. We might have to start asking for proof of life for this minister. But anyway, let's get back to the business of the day. The reconfiguration, Minister, that you are talking about of the governance model of the SOEs will be an exercise in futility as long as the state continues to fit the bill for their inefficiencies. Has the department developed a private-public partnership policy for state-owned enterprises? that excludes the ANC aligned elites and their families? And if so, what are the details, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You do not develop a law or a policy to exclude certain part of a group of a nation. What that policy does is a policy for all the people of South Africa, and anyone can participate in it. And therefore, definitely there are finalization towards a policy that will then guide on the PPP. The Minister of Finance will also be bringing some amendments on the private public partnership that will enable the opening of whatever bottlenecks that are there for investments to flow in on the PPP models. But also there's another policy of BOT, they're also looking at it to strengthen it so that we can allow for the participation of the private sector. We really need private sector at this moment. And then we are also learning from other nations that are similar to us, the developing nations that have succeeded when they repurposed, not not to fail, but they are repurposing to win. And we are also going to be repurposing for a win, and then we'll definitely win to ensure that state-owned entities are the pride of the nation, and they are beginning to rise from whatever has happened in the past. And one has very much confidence that will definitely pass this path towards the brighter side of all the things to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, just to remind members, I know that members know the rules, but just to remind members that we must not abuse point of order. Let's have a bit of improvement insofar as this is concerned. Now, if you look at the rules, Rule 69 on point of order says the following. 1, a delegate may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House by stating that he or she is rising on a point of order. 69(2) says a point of order must be confined only to a matter of parliamentary procedure or practice. Parliamentary procedure or practice. Or a matter relating to unparliamentary conduct as defined and must be raised immediately when the alleged breach of order occurs. The third point is 69(3), that the delegates raising the point of order must refer to the exact rule. I'm rising on Rule 15 or whatever and so on. Or at least the principle or subject matter on which the point of order is based. Hope that this will assist quite a long way towards assisting members to manage these things properly. Honorable members, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the minister who was here with us, the 2 deputy ministers, all permanent and special delegates for availing themselves for the sitting. And lastly, honorable delegates, there being no other business, that concludes our business for the day. The House is now adjourned.
Recording.